Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is day 2 of the group stages for the Garena Survivors. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, to bring you all of the hottest of action. I do have a small little bit of a correction, though. I did mention that Group B will be in performance today, but that was not entirely true. It is going to be 3 back-to-back days where Group A will go and take each other on, and to see exactly who will qualify through to the grand finals, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And those who are in here running for those 3 days of battle will be chasing the top 8 because that is their qualification to go into grand finals. And we have to see yet a team who will tip the balance, who will be able to take down those most consistent teams out there, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, we have seen a couple of teams bring in a little bit of consistency, but not all across the board in the way that we wanted to, just to hype the competition up a little bit. There's no true dominant players out there on the battlefield. But even as I say that, there has been a certain team that has separated themselves from the rest of the pack, and that is going to be your one and only 4 Kings. Now, I know my statement is a little bit confusing, but hear me out, right? They're dominant and consistent when it comes to plays on Blackout. But when it comes to isolated Neptune, it's as if they just really do not have a great standing there at all, right? When I take a look at the information we've collected, there's a total of 15 points coming through from the side of 4 Kings. But when you look at the number of points they pick out on Blackout, 95. I think that's a huge statement there, man. A total of 15 points across 3 maps versus 95 points across 3 maps. You can clearly tell which is their weaker one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it exceeds even half of the points that has been gathered, or more than half of the points that has been gathered for most of the teams out there coming in on Blackout. But as you mentioned, isolated is not really their strong point, and I think they need to find their actual strong point out there to go against most consistent teams in isolated map, because it's you're doing well on half of the time. But for those in there who are adjusting day after day, they might be caught off guard, or they might be left behind when it comes to adjustment as well as preparation on both maps and modes as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I do agree with you, right? You did make quite a number of interesting observations earlier on as we were having our discussion as well before we started the show. And 4 Kings, they've been struggling on isolated for a certain reason. I'll leave that to you to break down later on, because you know you've analyzed thoroughly each and every single one of these teams as well as their drop spots as well, didn't you, Neptune? And that's quite amazing, man, by the way, because it takes a lot of time to sit down and tabulate all of the data out. I don't even know where you found the time to do that, Neptune.
Well, it's just a love for the game that I have right now, and also the amazement that I have. But looking at the data for 4 Kings, they have been spread out in there and drop points for every round and isolated. And that is one possible reason why they haven't gotten a footing in this game, compared to how they are in there on Blackout, where they have the Hydro Jam as well as a 1-3 split that they're doing, that we might want to see later on as Alatsky goes on for the vehicle gameplay as well as information gathering. But we are about to see and start the game right here for day number 2, AJ, and hopefully those things that we've seen will be adjusted, and I'd like to tickle my mind a little bit more after this day for more information gathering. But another set of information for all of you right now is a tournament format that we have. As you all know, guys, we have 2 halves of the semifinals, and the first 32 teams is what we're watching right now. Yesterday, we've seen how it has been a chaotic or dynamic, in a sense, with switch of map as well as modes. But this time we are going in for the switch of the same maps and modes or perspective, but here round number 5 and number 6 will be different, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And once again, this is exactly where we got the information slightly off yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We were thinking that we were going to be bouncing back and forth between Group A as well as Group E, which is the semifinals 1 as well as semifinals 2. But that is not going to be the case. We're going to finish off semifinals 1 first for Group A, and then semifinals 2 will be for Group B. And, you know, that's most definitely something that I am looking forward to, because all of the teams out there who have really staked their claim to the positions that they want to play out there on the battlefield, Neptune, you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? That is
Yeah.
picking their drop spots. In day number one, it might have not been the smoothest of days because they were still exploring out there. They were still trying to see if or not they can conquer any one of those drop spots. And that's the assessment that you made, whereby Four Kings just could not find a single drop spot where they were comfortable with. They continuously were contested. But when they go to blackout, they realize that nobody was challenging them at Hydrodram, and they have made that their permanent spot. And this is once again exactly where the formation or the format of the competition itself comes in handy. Because what Garena has done is they have reduced 25 teams to just 16 teams in each and every single one of these lobbies, which reduces the chance of a hot drop in there. So hopefully the teams have taken notice, and the teams have taken the exact same notes that you have taken here, brother. Because if they can figure out exactly where their strong opponents are going to go, exactly where their strong opponents would like to go and conquer, they can stay clear of that area as far as possible. And then, of course, formulate all of their rotations in towards the following circles until they reach the final endpoint. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to any of the pro players listening to this, if you guys want Neptune's help, please go ahead and ask him, because I'm very sure he will be more than happy to share that information with you. Once again, the amount of time that the guy has taken to fill up that Excel sheet with each and every single team's drop spot is mind-blowing. Thank you, Neptune, for doing that, because it's really helpful.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I really like to study the teams right here and give out a story from not just the drop spot, but also the performance from each of the modes as well as maps that we are seeing, because it gives us a more of not just a like a front end, but also the back end, the backstory of each team. How are they handling things? How are they rotating? I don't have that much yet on the rotations because Battle Royale is so dynamic, AJ. There's a lot of things that will change all those rotations. But the drop zones are one of the starter points that each team needs to look into, especially for those who are going in against the most dominant teams, especially for the side of, like, if we go into isolated, we have a few who are going in for the platform. And I'm talking about PvE Sports and NRX69. They always drop in an isolated, chase that platform, and go against each other.
And that's exactly what we're talking about, right? Because over the course of the semifinals, over the course of the 3 days, and hopefully across all of the matches that they have in there, one of these two teams will choose to back away from that engagement, because you cannot continuously do the exact same thing and expect a different result if you are the losing party in that constant clash on that aerial platform. And in the exact same way, all of the other compounds within the competition itself. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one more quick touch on this tournament format before we move on. Day one, as you can see, we had isolated as well as blackout, and the TPP as well as FPP has been switched out a little bit for day two, just to keep it a little bit more balanced. So we will have two of those FPP or the TPP blackout played this time around versus the two FPP of isolated as well. So this will continuously keep rotating through, so we can test the teams out to their maximum potential out there. Because we do see some teams excelling on TPP, and we also see some other teams struggling on TPP, even though that has been the favorite mode for a lot of these teams out there, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of the dynamics as well as the gameplay that FPP has to offer, that it's more tactical compared to how TPP is. You can go and rush in and go on all those rotations. But before we go there, a lot of things has been pointed out already. But let's check out the prize pool. This is what all of these teams are fighting for so far, and they're starting at the bottom. The teams will already be getting in there $250 for those placing 13th and 6th or 16th, and then 9th to 12th will be taking $500. 5th to 8th will be taking home $750, and as we move along in there, that will be individually for the 1st to 4th place, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, sir. 1,500 USD for the 4th spot, 3,000 USD for those who pick up the 3rd place, $4,500 for those who pick up the 2nd place, and my, oh my, a whopping 10,000 US dollars for those who manage to score that very first spot. And that is huge, guys, especially for Battle Royale. As you guys know, Call of Duty Mobile, the game has been in the ecosystem not as long as the other games, and very slowly we have been building this prize pool. And to reach a point where 25,000 US dollars is now in the mix, dude, it's just fantastic, man. You know, it's just rewarding the players out there a little bit more, putting a little bit more money in their hands so that they can continue to grow their careers and reinvest all of that money into making sure they can be amazing content creators or even help them be better pro players out there on the battlefield with slightly better equipment if they don't already have that, right? So the money really helps, but of course, it's not just the money that they are fighting in here for, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They're fighting for that honor. They're fighting for the pride to be called the kings of Garena Survivors. This is the very first Garena Survivors after Garena Call of Duty Mobile has revamped their whole esports ecosystem, and hopefully we continue to see more and more from the scene. Let's take a quick look at the format of the points that is going to be calculated later on, because once again, this is a little bit of a difference, Neptune. We have reduced 25 teams to just 16 teams in there. And obviously, that just makes it much more worse when it comes to the placement points, because if you do not score at the very least the top 5 placements, okay, I take that back. At the very least, the top 3 placements, you are going to be struggling, and you better make sure you score those kills out there, because for each and every single kill, you manage to collect 1 point for yourself. And that is one of the ways as to how 4 Kings have managed to rise up to the top, my friend. I mean, if you look at the total number of kills that 4 Kings have taken so far, 14 on Isolated, 69 on Blackout, for a whopping total of goodness knows how much, because I haven't calculated that in my head just yet. And you know exactly what I mean, man. All of those points just purely from kills. So it's going to be very, very beneficial if you cannot secure a great placement, but you are great when it comes to those combat ability.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, understanding how to get all those skills in such small time, that what we've seen so far, not just from the 4 Kings, but also from some of the teams out here who has been consistent also on isolated map. And we have seen much difference and pointed out a lot of difference right there. So if they will be able to be consistent on either maps and either perspective with the kills department, I'm pretty sure they will be ending in there on the winner spot and getting that additional 10 points. But there you have it. We have already pointed out a few names into the games, but later on, we're going to see the list of the names. And here we go with the team participants right here for the first half of the 32 teams that qualified for the semifinals, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, sir. Amateurverse Esports, the team that was, supposed to do slightly better in the competition, because like the point that you did mention yesterday, Neptune, they did amazingly well in their own bracket to qualify for the semifinals by grabbing 120 points. But of course, inside of this grouping, on the other hand, where we reached the triple S tier, they seem to struggle just a little bit. Amateurverse Esports currently sitting down on the 7th spot in the competition. But of course, we have also got 13 Academy alongside 4 Kings. 2 of these teams have done amazing for themselves. 13 Academy maintaining consistency through the maps that they played on Isolated as well as Blackout, but just excelling slightly better at Isolated, making sure they earn themselves the 3rd spot. And 4 Kings, your Kings of yesterday, grabbing that number 1 placement. But the VVV clan, dude, this team, this brand, they've just been placing themselves in the top 5 consistently, just to falter at the very end with VD's performance. But that is not the end of all of that chaos brought forth by these teams, right? You've also got PV Esports Main, the ones that you have already mentioned, makes these aerial platforms so exciting, alongside Armin and Rosena, that pops out here and there on that battlefield just to continuously grab some points for themselves. But of course, Armin struggling just a little bit in the competition so far, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And we also have in here NRX and Nehemiah 6-9, another team that we'll expect a lot and we are about to see. But we have Existence Valhalla, Most Wanted Vindico, Syntax Air Gurkhas, who have 1 win already on their list.
Yep.
Mad Gunners Esports, NDD Action, ABC Mystic. This is Alibaba Clan Mystic, who is also coming in, not from the Philippines, but from the SG region, and as well as, last but not the least, CB1 main right here, completing the list of the participants, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. A little bit of a disappointing run yesterday for the Alibaba Clan X Mystic. A lot of the Singaporeans were expecting them to perform, but it was the exact opposite. As you can see at the very bottom of the leaderboard, Alibaba Clan Mystic sits there with only 10 points collected so far. And out of all of the points, 8 of them came from Isolated. At Blackout, they could only pull away 2 points for themselves. So hopefully the Singaporeans can find a way to climb up the leaderboard in here today. They are running out of time. They are running out of opportunities. But one team that has not wasted a single opportunity when it comes to blackout, and that is going to be your Four Kings. And if any of the other teams want to catch up with the Four Kings, they have to make sure that they continuously shut them down at blackout. And I'm not mentioning isolated here because they are getting shut down at isolated. Four Kings absolutely suck on isolated. They've only picked 15 points from isolated, which is abysmal. But 95 points from blackout, bro. 3 games, Neptune, is insane, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, given it's a TPP or FPP, they are still gathering the points. With the round 1 miss of 1 point, they have balanced it out of not going below 20 on the kills department. So talk about that on this with this team of the Four Kings. But right there next to them is Vici. When they were below 13 Academy, as you mentioned, AJ has been very consistent as well with their with all their placement as well as the tactics that they're going into. And I think 13 Academy is the reason why ABC Mystic is missing out on blackout, because they are the ones they are meeting on the construction site every time they drop.
And of course, if they go in there with those continuous plays, they will be challenged in the exact same way. The more you repeat some of your approaches in these maps, the more you repeat some of your tactics, it is going to be learned by the other players. Just the way Neptune managed to sit down and collect all of the notes for himself for this broadcast, I'm pretty sure those teams will be able to do that as well. Their coaches will be able to do that for them and help them pick a better drop spot. Once again, that's what I am a little, I guess, disappointed with, but I'm not going to hold it against the team because yesterday was just day 1. Yesterday was the day where you learn the ropes or you learn the tactics of all of the other opponents out there in the battlefield, because there's no way of telling exactly where they're going to drop, even though you've got a little bit of data on them from previous competitions. And, not each and every single one of these teams join the exact same competition all the time. So, just like how that final circle can never be determined, and just like how you mentioned, Neptune, earlier, the rotations into those circles as well will differ from game to game. That's exactly the kind of things that they need to take down into consideration and, of course, approach this match with full caution, because reducing the number of teams to 16 is a huge blessing, my friend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the things that they need to do is really take out all the top teams and mechanical skills. No questions at all. All of these teams have the mechanical skills because they went in on the grueling qualifiers. You don't know how many days in there, 14 days of qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken, before getting in the semifinals. And that is a lot of teams going against a number of days, rounds of a Battle Royale that they go into. And there's no question that they have it. But a chance to go in and take out all the top teams, take out all the consistency from them, read all their approaches and tactics. That is what we need to do, or what the teams need to do to be able to catch up and also to be able to get back there into the leaderboard.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, if they are able to do exactly that, then they will find themselves in the grandest of grand finals of Garena Survivors, the inaugural Garena Survivors that we have got in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the MSP. Malaysia, Singapore, as well as Philippines have been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time, where the Battle Royale scene will not only be taken or considered a little bit more seriously in the whole esports ecosystem, but also where we get to beef up that prize pool just a little bit. In the past, we used to see a lot of CP tagging along the plunge as well, but now it's just all solid, man. The top 16 teams, the top 16 that do manage to qualify through for that grand finals gets a slice of the pie from the 25,000 US dollar prize pool. 25,000 USD. I don't know how much is it in pesos, but in Malaysia, it's 100,000 ringgit, brother. That's a lot of money, Neptune.
Oh, that's a lot. But here we go. We have the flight already starting in here, and we'll have to see if these teams has already reviewed the mistakes they have, as mentioned earlier, on the drop points, or will they be maintaining it? This is what we like to see right now, because the drop is in there, and I'm not seeing, or I might not be seeing it, the aerial platform. So I'm curious as to where PvE Sports as well as NRX69 will be dropping right here.
Yeah, let's see exactly where they will head on into, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But as all of these teams hop on into the matchup, my main observation will just lean towards exactly who picks the hot drop and whether or not they could have avoided it. NRX 69, they will meet Rosa, and it looks like the captains of Amethyst is sick and tired of the team not performing out there, and he is going in hot on fire. Amethyst Esports, yesterday was truly a day of struggle for them, Neptune, as they couldn't really bag a lot for themselves, but Narosa wasn't playing as well.
Yeah, and then there you have it. We have Rosa already into play, and I think this is a good boost for the team of a Metaverse right now. But they're going against NRX 69, another formidable team right there. But there you go, an early elimination right now. And this is when we were just pointing out that Rosa is out there. It might be the days actually that we're in, and Rosa was not part of this team going on against all these teams who have been battling it out on the qualifiers. So hopefully the chemistry will be fixed in the next round and upcoming rounds right there. But another thing that we like to point out about Metaverse is one reason why they're not performing as well, similar to Four Kings on Isolated. They're also spread out all over the map.
Yeah, I mean, and that's unacceptable if you ask me for a brand like Amethyst Esports. You are telling me that you are so capable of going out there and slaying, but you cannot find a proper drop spot in a map where you have gotten used to over the past few years. It's a little bit of a questionable strategy coming through from Amethyst Esports, but it is most definitely one that they might be hiding away on purpose, because there is another point of view on this whole drop spot issue, right? Because you don't really want to show your home ground way too early in the competition, especially before you head on into the grand finals, because if you give away too much of your strategy, the other teams will know exactly where to drop by to hunt you down. But at the very same time, if you want to mix it up, if you want to keep it, spicy, if you want to keep your opponents guessing exactly where you're going to be able to go, you better have the firepower to maintain your dominance out there on the battlefield. Like Amethyst Esports, they keep switching it up alongside Four Kings. Four Kings are doing the exact same thing, and both of these teams, as they switch up their drop zones in Isolated match after match, they just do not seem to lock down any of those defensive positions, which just seems to result in very few points going their way, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, if that is the case, if they are hiding out and the tactics that they have, especially the drop points, well, just show it anyway, so that at least you'll have a momentum to go into. Because speaking of momentum, we have one of the Momentus team right now. It is a 13 Academy right here, going in the battle against a syntax error, and one has been taken down. But regardless of that, the way they position themselves onto this map, and this is a very difficult area in this map, AJ, because there's a lot of waters as well as difficulty in crossing over. Yeah, we have the zip lines, but how are you going to chase around it? It is the tactics that needs to be done, and that is being done by 13 Academy right now as they go in against syntax error.
Yeah, 13 Academy, as usual, they will continue to slay in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is their map. They most definitely prefer playing on Isolated in comparison to Blackout. So 13 Academy, they need to make the most out of their Isolated matches, just in the exact same way Four Kings have built their dominance in the competition through all of their Blackout plays. And if they miss out on this opportunity, they will continue struggling later on. We don't know what sort of adjustments they brought in today too, but we are here to see exactly that. VVV Ciora now catching out Flippix. Flippix not able to trick him out just yet, but will be able to dodge just behind the bark and then position behind the boulder. It is going to be Flippix. Smart play, smoke bomb drop, and this ninja is going to get caught out. Can Ciora get away? The answer is no. Flippix with the amazing smoke bomber gameplay.
The timing in there with the smoke will be the downfall of a VVV, but there goes the pickup as well as a rewind, but is that enough for them? Here comes Jewel going in for the chase against Flippix, but Flippix a little bit too slippery in there for the catch, and there goes Jewel backing out of that fight, and he will not be stuck in there with two members. But given out the situation, it is a 3v3 situation, but one of them are missing out of the scene. And Nickel Golf I think, is on the way to get back into this play, because Akira right now is also out there going back into the right flight. So hopefully they'll be able to regroup, because on the fight of VVV as well as NDD is most likely that NDD are failing from what we've seen from yesterday's game. So unless NDD like really steps it up and go against VVV on a different approach, they will fail most of the time. So that is what they need, and NDT needs to probably find a different top zone or probably go in a different approach in this game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And now, of course, we switch on over to the Four Kings. Will they continue to struggle inside of Isolated? Now they take on the players of Mad Esports. And now, as Mad Gunners Esports hop on into the battle, Alatsky pulls the chopper away, right down on the ground. And the players of Four Kings are frightened indeed if they will get knocked out in this fight as well. Pumped Glass shoots him up into the air, and Sexy for the backstab. Kyun dropped down as well. And now Sexy right outside, but that slide will get caught out by Alatsky, who abandons that chopper. Alatsky trying to pull everything back for the team. Lacrima up in the air, but Lacrima will be able to get him down as well. And now it's all in the hands of Tokyo. Can he survive? Can he pull those dog tag back? He chooses to pick up Alatsky first. Is that gonna be the dying decision made here? There's no punishment coming through from Lacrima. He's taking his time to recover himself, but he gives all of the time to Four Kings as well to make sure they can make a small comeback. Smoke bomb drop now, and the Four Kings, they are not panicking at all. They are just going in here to pick up Kyun as well. 3v1 is the situation because the player from Mad Gunners Esports did not take advantage of their beautiful golden opportunity.
They were really mad out there. There's an opportunity to go in and pick up the at least two members in this game because Tokyo is in there, is also busy. But the safe zone is coming in. One of their members from the Mad Gunners just went out in there, and not quite sure if there's a different weapon in there for the side of Lacrima. But the SMRS gameplay also was a little bit too late. Yeah. So that was a miss for the side of Mad Gunners. And that would be awesome if the SMRS will take out the Four Kings in here and Isolated with just one blow, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, Mad Gunners, they have no idea what sort of an opportunity they have just missed. But now they have given Four Kings the blessing to continue annihilating it Isolated. And this is something that is not this is not something that is very, very common with the players of Four Kings. Once again, this is the map that they struggle on. Regardless whether, actually not regardless, they seem to do better on FPP in comparison to TPP, which is quite the surprising fact about the Four Kings.
Yeah, I mean, it's because they are exploiting the slow approach of everyone in the FPP games. And I think that is where they are going in. Tactical, but a little bit too fast as well from the games that we've seen yesterday. They are going in on a team versus team compared to going in against everyone. And when we talk about everyone, they go against everyone regardless of the spot. And I think that's also one reason why they are being taken down by the time in there. But Alatsky needs to step it up on the Isolated map. But here we go. We have VVV right now, and have to see how well will they go. They have 4 kills already for this team.
Yeah, Mad Lacrima, he ran away earlier on, but as you can see, he has been turned into a dog tag now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And that was the final player on the side of Mad Gunners Esports earlier on that could have finished off the Four Kings. But since he did not do that, he instead got hunted down by Fright. And it looks like the Four Kings will not allow you to take a hit against them and then simply walk away as if nothing happened. They went to the ends of Isolated to hunt that player right back down. But thankfully here, Mad Gunners Esports are not out of the running just yet. They do have the dog tag active on the battle zone, which means Lacrima has managed to survive long enough for the rest of his team members to fly right back in through that revival flight. I don't know how many of those dog tags he did manage to pick up earlier on, but hopefully we can see a little bit more from the Mad Gunners Esports side. But it is going to be Most Wanted now in action. VVV right in front of them, and Team Vinny just quickly drives by, not even dropping by to say hello to Most Wanted Esports. You think they're going to be upset about that, Neptune?
Well, Most Wanted right now is in here, will be upset because that was a chance for them to get those kills, but drive-by is sufficient. But I think there's already some airdrops available out there, and that will be the objective of the team. We know how objective
GG, what is going on?
That they have. What happened to Kyun in there? The suicide and probably an explosion would be.
Right, what is going on? Wait, what is going on? Can we look at the Four Kings, please? Production, we need to look at the Four Kings. We don't know what's going on. But the four kings now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I have no idea exactly what's happening here. Alatsky now needs to go and pick all three of them up because out of nowhere, Kyun, Fright, as well as Tokyo, they just got taken down one after the other. All spread out outside of the safe zone. Alatsky now on a rescue mission, but I am still dumbfounded as to what just happened.
Yeah, I think it's most of them guarding the dog tags of Mad Gunners right there and not letting them take those. Most of the dog tags, thus staying outside of the safe zone. And there you have it. We have Alaska right now on a rescue mission with 56 HP. Is this enough to get back and take the dog tags from the rest of the teams? And there you have it. We have a frag grenade in there against Kyun. And I think this will be a very difficult situation for Alaska because there's one opponent and they're going against the rest of four kings right now, and it will not be an easy task to get those dog tags.
Yeah, because the kill feed just showed that the players from the side of 4K took themselves out. So I'm just wondering exactly how does that work? Yes, that one player outside of the safe zone, that makes a lot of sense. But the other two players, it looks like the player on the side of four kings, the one and only Clutch King Alatsky, is not going to allow his brothers to stay down and out of this match. As you can see, it will be two players on the side of four kings moving outside of that safe zone to continue the rescue mission. It looks like dog tags, as in keeping an eye on those dog tags, is serious stuff for the four kings here.
Yeah, I mean, we know how difficult it is for them to go and isolated. Thus, they need to secure all the kills. I mean, if they will be able to eliminate all the members of Mad Gunners right there, it's already more for them into points system. But I think that is one thing that they didn't think about. How long will they be staying, as well as getting in there against Lacrima? I think that is a chance that they took and made them take a little bit more time to get into the safe zone. But right now, we have in here a fight between two VVVs, and we'll have to see which of them will be able to survive this.
Yeah, VD going up against Vici. Vici clearly the better VVV squad. Can they take the shutdown gameplay across and take their brothers out of this lobby? It seems to be the case here as Joel loots up his opponents. Great. It will be a few of their players right behind, but none of them aggressing on just yet. And the Singaporeans drop by to say hello. Alibaba clan in the form of Mystic. Rogue from up top, and a couple of shots towards him. Joel gets spotted out, but Sekre from across as well. Two VVV squads taking on each other. Alibaba clan is the unwelcome party, but hopefully they do not get snuffed out between these two titans.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we know how VVVs has been strong enough, but there goes the hit, and we have a Shiora because that has been taken down already. Alibaba Clan needs to take this opportunity.
Yeah.
Those two teams are distracted by themselves, and if they have a sniper that they can use, especially the annoying M21 PVR, then they can take advantage of this with the kills that they have and catch up on the points, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. But Chalope now manages to shut down Sekre as well, and Alibaba Clan from across M21 supremacy will be able to find player after player in their crosshairs. But White as well as Joel alongside Kaiser now repositioning as both of the VVV squads head away from the Alibaba Clan Mystic. But there's just not much engagement between Team E and F. Team VD as well as Vici just playing this very carefully. They choose to focus on the players of Alibaba Clan instead of engaging with each other. And Team Vici takes that opportunity to back away a little bit further. But Kaiser has got his eyes on them. They want to hunt them down. And Kaiser making sure he maintains composure as well as the distance between the two teams. But makes a huge mistake as he continues hunting them down in the open. A quick turnaround by Sato. And Kaiser is out of the run.
Mr. Daisy was debated out there. I mean, he has been waiting. He has been following all these two members of the other teams out there. And then with that rock as cover, not really revealing their position, Kaiser just went down. But this time, we have Alibaba Clan right now battling on the rest of the teams of VVV. There goes a takedown. And White has been eliminated. SVD action in play. And we'll have to see how well will they be able to get more of the kills right here. And this is great for the team of ABC, Alibaba Clan, to take advantage of the situation that VVV are into, not really knowing where the enemies will be coming from.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. But you have to be an absolute madman to jump into a play in such open lands without a vehicle on your side. No snowboards as well, which means the only point of travel for these players is by foot. And as you cross those open lands, you're just going to get shut down by the teams who are slightly better with their gunfights. Fright now trying to hop on up with his ninja skill, does not get it. But Existence KKPG, he brings the tank into play. And that's going to be the first one for the Garena Survivors.
And that's the first time in a lot of rounds that we've seen so far. The tank has been in play. I think they are getting desperate at this point. And there's, I mean, it's really to the point that you really need to get the kills. And yeah, Fright has been struggling to go in there, and unfortunate for them, we only have the ninja class from them for the side of Fright, and no pump class who might be able to go in there. But the sound of the pump class might be the death of him, because they would know that they will be coming in for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, how annoyed would you be if you're Fright and you're continuously trying to take that backstep on CB1, and twice your ninja skill fails you. The guy's frustrated, he backs away, but Alatsky's not going anywhere, and the players of CB1 about to get evaded by the players of Four Kings instead. And now Alatsky backstab Doisu as well as Maman trying to get away, and on that little skiboard they will be able to do exactly that. Doisu, oh my lord, Alatsky, AK-47, this guy's still a monster.
And not even face as VVV was crossing through that. For some, that will be a stop. We're in. No, don't go for the fight. But no, you cannot say that to Alaska. You know how Alaska is. He's even going in for the tank.
GG, bro. He just evaded the tank. Tank can't do much against Alaska, and KKPG abandons the tank. Doisu out of the equation. Kira takes himself out, and NDD is gonna continue struggling. Alaska, on the other hand, flanking from the right. Can he find all of the existing players? Yes, he does find that, and immediately backs away as he manages to spot 4 players out in the open. Calling now his friends for a little bit of backup, and the team Existence, they know exactly what they've got in front of them as well. Zavi, great shots, and he will not be able to knock anyone down. KKPG as well as Debu down on the ground. Yanara and Zawi still alive, but they have to do something about their defenses, and they do exactly that with the plates. And now the players of Four Kings, very patient on the approach. They're just using the side of this hill to not go in for the engagement at all. And look at the brilliant use of the smoke, but Fright gets caught out.
And there we have it with Existence right now with their tenacity going against the 4K, taking advantage of those heals that has been going on. Now, Human is only remaining in here. Tokyo is down. And the question is, what can they do? Here comes a sniper against ABC, but Prime will be able to get our way in there with only a sliver of HP. And Human revealing his position will be put in a very, very difficult spot right now. Plus, the safe zone is going in. The sniper without that much on him, then he will have to go in a very, very safe spot to be able to survive, AJ.
Everybody's playing in this tiny little circle, no vehicles on for the play at all, and the one tank that was brought in has been taken out of the equation. And now here comes the 13 Academy as they shut down the players off the Existence squad, but Existence, they managed to return fire. Q now gonna get caught out, and the Four Kings have been eliminated, all thanks to 13 Academy. 13 Academy, we did mention that this is their map. Isolated is their map, and if they want to get it, they need to continuously prove themselves on each and every single isolated battle, just like how the Four Kings take Blackout. But now they have to be careful because Alibaba Clan Mystic, we called them out, bro, and look at the performance coming through from the Singaporeans this time round. 5 kills in hand, not too many, but they're going for the 10 placement point, and they look stellar with their approach to it, Neptune.
They are coming back in here hot with only a few remaining members of the 13 Academy. Top beach right now in there. Oh, a hit right there for the most wanted as well. Story has been gone. Gyro has been gone as well. Rogue will be taken down, and here comes a G-Dewey in there for the dance, and will be able to survive. And there goes a GG. Alibaba Clan in there for the win.
What a play, Singaporeans! What a play, Alibaba Clan Mystic. Yesterday was a day where this team did not show up, brother. They did not show up at all. They managed to grab a total of 8 points from isolated across 3 games, and they managed to grab only 2 points from blackout. But can they maintain consistency? I mean, you know what? Let's put the consistency chat aside for a bit, because, you know, this is a huge win for the side of ABC Mystic because of their efforts as well as their rotations in towards the circle was just so perfect this time round. They almost got caught out by 4 Kings Kyun with the M21, but they repositioned instantaneously and maintained that high ground control, and that just gifted them the amazing victory at the end of the day. 10 kills they picked up, 10 from the placement points as well, 20. In one match, they have gotten more than the whole day of play yesterday, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great move for the side of Alibaba Clan right now, but not too far behind is 13 Academy. I mean, one of the most consistent teams that we have right here, not just on map specific, but also for all the maps and modes that we've seen so far. But here, another story is in here. Well, no pun intended. Story is leading in there on the list of most wanted. Most wanted is also an aggressive team from what we've seen from other tournaments, and I think this is a chance for them to come back. They go in for the placement first, and then later on, once they are comfortable with how they're placing, they can go for the kills, and that is what we've seen so far, especially in the Battle Royale scene, on how teams are moving if the aggression is not really working that much in the start.
Absolutely, man. And of course, as you can see, Boye from the side of Arma doing amazing this time around. And Armin and Rodzina will continue looking for better points out there on the battlefield, because although they can find certain instances where Boye can pop off, they just still seem to struggle overall when it comes to the placement points at isolated. And that's most definitely going to be one of the points that they have to focus on fixing if they want to make it through to the grand finals. But of course, shout out once again goes to ABC Mystic. Amazing performance after a lackluster day. And you know, to make things a little bit more fun, what did I say? 8 points on isolated, 2 points on blackout. Chalup as well as you get that through their kills as well. Fun fact.
Yeah, I mean, for some of the teams, as what you mentioned earlier, AJ, yesterday might have just been a warm up, a day to find out what the capability is of the team, the positioning, as well as the rotation that they can do. How can they challenge teams after teams as they go into the drop zone? And I think ABC Mystic has already thought about that and made the adjustment. We saw how they went in not too aggressive against the 2v that we saw earlier, and that is very tactical for them, and surviving with 4 men in there as they go in the final battle. And that is how you want to approach teams just like this, especially for the side of VVV Esports, because all 3 teams has been very tactical in their not very aggressive, very tactical, and that is how you counter it with your own tactics.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, a lot of those tactics were clearly shown this time around on day 2 from Group A here. And we did see a little bit more of a bigger fight from the 4 Kings. You know, just like how we saw the improvement, the amazing improvement out of Alibaba Clan Mystic, we saw the improvement from the 4 Kings as well, man. Because, you know, we have to go back to a little bit of data here, Neptune. The total number of points that the 4 Kings pulled away from 3 isolated games yesterday was 15 points. Ooh. And the number of points that they've managed to grab this time around, I mean, just through the kills alone, as you can see here, this was not the end just yet. They did survive all the way until, I believe, the 10th spot, which doesn't give them much through placements, but the kills is exactly where they can buffer themselves up as they struggle with their positioning on this map. I mean, and you've pointed out a very clear picture. They do not have a permanent drop spot in the side of isolated like they do at blackout.
Yeah, and one possible reason for that as well, as I was looking back into data, because there's a lot of drop spot in here on isolated, but a lot of them has already been taken by the teams. And it's very difficult to get a good set of loots, weaponry in there if you are not familiar, as well as it's being occupied already by different teams. Yes, you will be able to go against them and gamble the fight on an early engagement, but going in on a specific map or in your familiar of rotations, as well as for how you're going to approach every teams who are jumping with you, that is where most of the teams are going in. Improving, just as we've seen here as a winner of our round number 1 Alibaba Clan Mystic, they have improved so far from the game that we've seen them from yesterday.
Oh, absolutely, brother. And, I'm just so pumped, so ecstatic for ABC Mystic and their achievement in here today. But I want to see that consistency. I want to see them go out there and deliver yet again. I believe they are the only representative for MYSG, which is ridiculous, if you ask me. And that just goes to solidify, once again, the point that I made yesterday. The Filipino dominance when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale in MSP is just madness, man. It's just insane, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing a few rounds as well, and every time I play, and I know it's just ranked games, it feels like a tournament. I don't know what's happening. Like, I say to myself, are we at the scrims? Am I being punked right now? Where a lot of teams are really so aggressive, and that is how crazy the Garena server is. Garena Call of Duty server is, especially when you have teams right now who are motivated with a Garena Survivors, and from what we've seen, every time we have a tournament just like this, a lot of teams, a lot of players are showing up into RGs using the tactics that they've learned from these games. And this is what I love about the things that we do, what we're doing right now. We're relaying a story for the teams out there to be used by the viewers, the players out here who are enjoying the game.
Absolutely, man. And, I'm very sure the pro players are truly enjoying the game, but at the same time, it gives them a little bit of pain. Pain when they cannot pick their proper drop spot, pain when they cannot execute their gunfights out there in the perfect manner that they want to, right? But we have to highlight once again the unfortunate missed opportunity by the Mad Gunners Esports earlier on, where they stood a chance to shut down the Kings of Blackout themselves at Isolated, albeit, they're not super powerful at Isolated, but it was a chance that they had missed. And that also shows one of the weaknesses of Mad Gunners Esports. But of course, we will continue to break down all of these plays as well as bring you guys all of the hottest action from the Garena Survivors, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, but after a quick short break.
Welcome back to the Garena Survivors semifinals, day 2, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. And at your service right here on the casting desk is me, Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, together with amazing Mustachio AJ as we bring you round number 2 of today's battle. We have witnessed round number 1 and saw the upheaval of some of the teams, as well as the downfall of yet another set of teams. But I'm really happy to see, AJ, how things are turning out right now and learn them. Teams out here who are playing for day number 2, learning from their mistakes that they've done from yesterday.
Yes, sir. I couldn't have asked for a better matchup to match the story that we were building from the start of broadcast, right? And the teams, surprisingly, the teams that we kind of, I wouldn't say took a dump on, but the teams that we were talking about how they could not really impress yesterday, could not really pull away a lot of points yesterday, were the teams who were making a huge statement in here today. But of course, even that being said, the Four Kings have not found the isolated solution for themselves just yet to master that map or to bring any sort of, terror on that map, just like how they do at Blackout, because that team on Blackout is a breakout squad, right? They get an average of 30 plus kills from a single round of Blackout game. And that's insane, because at placements, even if you get the number 1 spot, you only get to take away 10 points. You're getting triple of that just through your kills. And I mean, if you're bagging that many kills, obviously you're going to be probably, finishing up with a podium finish. And also it just makes them a massive monster at Blackout to deal with.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen how tenacious they are in the Blackout map, but this time an isolated. If I'm not mistaken, if because of the survival that they have done in there, as well as the effort by Alatsky to get the dog tags about the teammates, they have done better on isolated this time. So hopefully this continues on for the side of the Four Kings. But compared to their battle on a Blackout is still better for this team. So they need to make a little bit more adjustment and study on how to approach this.
Absolutely, sir. Let's take a quick look at the overall leaderboard, because this is something that you guys wanted desperately yesterday. We deliver exactly what you request for, ladies and gentlemen, boys. Because 122 points at the very top. The Four Kings will still stand, but obviously this is not super dominant out of them, because they started off the day with 110 points, only able to collect 12 points over the previous matchup. In comparison to how they do usually on Blackout, once again, is something that the Four Kings do not really need to worry about. And that's a surprising statement to make, because usually when you're not doing so well, you are supposed to worry. But because of their breakout runs usually on Blackout, it just makes them so comfortable up there, man. But the point that I'm wondering is, what happens then when someone else comes through to take the title of the Kings of Blackout? Then what will the Four Kings do? Will they falter, or will they continue hanging with the best? Because this is still not the full list of teams that we have in this competition. We still have got the second half of the 32 squads waiting in Group B for us. But the VVV squad will continue to maintain their dominance, as it seems in here, Neptune. Vici, Veni, as well as Vidi, each having the second, fourth, as well as sixth spot. And between them, very conveniently sliding in to steal away the third placement as well as fifth, would be the 13 Academy as well as Existence Valhalla. Existence Valhalla, this team has been doing surprisingly well.
Yeah, I mean, and they have been in low key in there for quite some time, but they are moving, creeping in on to the leaderboards. They have pushed down Vedi at some point, and it is tied, but it's more of the technicalities out there that has put them in the fifth spot. But they are very close to be able to catch up on Veni. So if Veni doesn't pull in right there on to the kills or placement department per se, then they might be pushed down in there. And as you can see, they started here all together, stack up together, and they are being spread out right now onto that left part of the scene.
Oh yeah, man. And ABC Mystic, as they were in the very final spot, in that last spot earlier on as we started off the day, have managed to jump up 1, 2, 3, 4 ranks, now sitting down in the 12th spot. Sorry, I had to do quick math there. 30 points overall, which is impressive, but we need to see more out of them. And we need to see that consistency, because at the end of the day, these boys, they represent MYSG. They have got players from both Malaysia as well as Singapore. And I did check out with them earlier on as to who do they officially represent. I think their official answer is we are representing both the nations, Malaysia as well as Singapore, and it's good on them that they're doing so because we seem to be at a loss here for the number of Malaysian as well as Singaporean teams. Once again, all-out domination by the Philippines as usual.
Yeah, I mean it's also an there's also an analogy in there as to how much the teams are playing on the TPP side or how the teams are playing on the TPP side, because as we keep saying, the TPP is one of the most used perspective in this game, and the craziness of the Filipinos on that area, on that part of the game, is how they are going and evolving and moving up on the leaderboards at this point. So if
Yep.
the tactics that we've seen from the FPP, that it's similar to how some of the teams of MYSG are doing, they need to be a little bit more aggressive, as well as to go in with a style similar to how the Filipinos are doing it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And at the end of the day, if they do miss out on that opportunity, they can most definitely hop on into yet another battle because they will be going through back-to-back 6 rounds in here, separated by 2 maps, isolated as well as blackout. And we will see them battle it out in both of the modes, FPP as well as TPP, pushing each and every single one of these teams to the very edge. And as they go out there and learn from the mistakes and go in to, I guess, in a certain way, catch up and make some amendments for whatever, mistakes that they did happen to make yesterday, today will be the official day where we get to judge whether or not they're doing well in the competition. Because, like what we discussed as well, right, Neptune? Yesterday was pretty much a warm-up for a lot of teams out there, but VVV immediately finds Supremo, and it looks like that battle once again continues. NDD always seems to end up right in front of a VVV squad.
Yeah, I mean, they are not letting go of the factory fight that we've seen so far yesterday, and this is what's happening right now. VVV are known already for their tactics, and I think the NDD are feeling the pain right now as they are being taken down one by one. But going back earlier, we were looking at ABC Mystic. They have changed their drop point from the construction side to that of the north, the south side, that is Nuketown, if I'm not mistaken. Or that will be their new drop spot right now, getting away from the wrath of 13 Academy, wherein they are always going against them on the construction side. So that is a great move for these teams who we are asking for to adjust it if they're not really making it onto the kills as well as the win on the engagement for all the drop points that they're going into.
CB1, they have to go up against the players of Armin and Rodzina. And as you can see, Armin and Rodzina usually drops straight on in. And the first thing that they go for will be that chopper. They just want to have the vehicle on their side so that they can reposition on that map quickly, as well as head on for all of those airdrops that do happen to drop into the matchup. But as they match up against the players of CB1, Watch Cutie will make a small mistake there as he falls straight out of the chopper through the glass. Players from Armin and Rodzina haven't really taken advantage of it just yet. And Watch Cutie, 17 left on his armor, and he survives that encounter, but Brians helps him out. Groucho knocked down onto the ground. Mamat loses all of the armor that he has on himself and manages to back away as he knocks Crex down onto the ground as well. And it just seems like the players of Armin and Rodzina were the ones who started this, but I don't think they're going to end the fight.
Yeah, I mean, we have CB1 right now going against Boyet, and Boyet is trying to get away. Is there enough of him to be able to get out of this situation? Because in a 1v4 situation with a lot of members catching or trying to catch you, once you get pinched, as what we're seeing for the side of Boyet, there's no getting wow. There goes Mama right now, making the mistake of hanging back in there. But I think that will be a distraction as CB1 goes in for the rush. And no! Yes, it's been taken down! Boyet right now is in the heart, but there goes a hit by Toisu and bringing back the CB1 in play, AJ.
Oh, that's such an amazing play coming through from Boyer. PPSH in hand just goes out there with the ultimate rate of fire, managing to spray down 2 players back to back. And, he just baited them away from all of the heated battle, all of the defenses that they would have had if at all they had maintained their stand in the compound and just watched those dog tags. But instead, the players of CB1 thought they were hunting down a wounded animal. Doisu was not a wounded animal. He turned around with that rage, but unfortunately, man, the numbers game caught up with him. But great positioning, great counter as he got chased down by those 2-3 players. It's going to be Grim coming through from the players of PV. This is the one and only PV Esports main. Not sure exactly what the play from Grim is here as he hops on out of the chopper and tries to climb a tree. But I guess we'll find out, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we all know the Blackout is a sniper nest. And I think that is what Grim is doing right now. Getting his nest
Looking for
in
a
there
nest?
to be able to go in for those hits, for the sniper hit. But we'll have to see how well will that go. We have the Mad Gunners right now in here. And this is one that I like to see in play. The pump as in the MSMRS gameplay as from, if it's coming from the multiplayer scene, this will be the veto of Battle Royale, AJ.
Oh. Amen, brother. Amen, man. And you know, a little bit of a unfortunate round this time for Vinny, but they do manage to pick up 5 points from the previous round where they bombed out. And that's overall going to be all right because they do have quite a great position. They hold on to the 4th spot at the very moment, and the leaderboards will continue to be kind to them because of the consistent performance from yesterday. But once again, the highlight will have to be on ABC Mystic and the question of whether or not they can bring in the consistency like the other Supreme teams in here, such as 13 Academy as well as 4 Kings and every single one of the VVV team.
And as we look at it, we have 4 Kings right now, and this is a pattern that we keep seeing for the 4 Kings. At the moment that they go in, out of the Hydram, this is where they rush in, thinking that there is a different enemies who they can take down. And we've seen how long they stayed in here from several matches from yesterday. So I think the 4 Kings might be going in for the fish right now, but information has not been relayed. Thus, Alaski is roaming around trying to get the other information, or probably no, this is the airdrop that they are rushing into, and syntax error might just have to wait for 4 Kings to get back and start this fight.
See how they will be able to do that as 4 Kings now very close to the players of Syntax Error, and Syntax Error not aggressing on fourth at all. They have got a great defensive compound and they will choose to hold on to it. Airdrop right in front, that's exactly what the 4 Kings are aiming for, but Syntax Error will be able to punish them. How will the approach be? Let's watch.
And moving in there as they go in for the airdrop, we have 13 Academy right now who might be leading NRX69, but NRX69 is spread a little bit too thin on a 1v3. KZ Bone right now in the vehicle gameplay going for the distraction, and the rest of the teams are just moving out. And I think NRX69 is also going in for the placement gameplay. They are not that aggressive compared to what we've seen from the other teams like 4 Kings and 13 Academy right now. Yes, they were able to take shots on that vehicle, but they're taking it slow right now, and they have to. They need to, because tactics to tactics, 13 Academy will need to get as much kills without letting go of one of their members, because some of the teams right here might be rushing in, thus it might be the end of them later.
57 players, Alatsky catches Jewel now, and it looks like Vidi has been caught out. Siora manages to respond. Tokyo down onto the ground, and the 4 Kings has to recover their one and only Tokyo. But Fright, without a single show of Fright in his heart, it all goes in for the ninja skill, and he closes the distance. Siora sprays him onto the ground instead, and the Mac-10 will be able to strike. And on the map that 4 Kings ran, it will be VVV that takes the fight up to them, but Alatsky trades out the one and only Gazer, but he gets taken out of the equation as Kyun strikes back. Siora down on the ground, and White is the final player, the final hope coming through for the players of VVV. And all of the time, once again, just like we saw what happened when they took up the fight against Mad Gunners Esports, the players of 4 Kings are being given a little bit too much of time to recover.
Kyun has been put up right now and getting those 2 dog tags. The revive didn't work that much, and they are stuck between 2 TVs. And we have Andrew right now going for the bush, and there goes a getaway, but Kyun, will he be able to get out of that situation? No, there goes CB1 in there, saving the 4 Kings. An amazing grace right there for the wish and 4 Kings to survive. There goes CB1 for the hit, as well as AMB, not too far behind. fine, but we'll have to see how will this end up, AJ. This is the three teams that we're looking, or that we might see in this fight.
Sometimes you just gotta go down on your knees and you gotta pray, man. You gotta scream, "Oh, Jusko, save me!" And that's exactly what that guy did as he tried to run away. The saviors came in the form of CB1, just knocking down the players of BBB who were hunting down the final player of Four Kings. But can he retrieve the dog tags? Can they now bring in the full squad of Four Kings back into the mix before we head on to that final zone? BBB will get caught out now, Mama. This is the drive-by that they want to set up after getting involved with the initial takedown of Four Kings. CB1 now tries to take out the players of Vici, but they're not going to be able to do exactly that. Sacre with a god nade and pulls out the snipe as well. Amazing response by Vici.
Hallelujah, Sacre in there. Well, we have been seeing a great escape plus a great finisher in there coming from BBB, but the Mad Gunners will also run in this play, trying to distract the team of BBB. How will this work? And going back into the fight, Kyun right here, together with Elaski, has brought back into this fight, but going against Syntax Error. But I think this is the time for them to pull out, because knowing what happened earlier, they are lost with members and just waiting for a chance to get back. Now, going into a metaverse who is not really doing that much into the fight needs to wait for their chance as well. But while we are waiting, we have 30 Academy to entertain us with this fight against another team of BVV.
It's going to be 13 Academy. Dom feeds down to the ground. On for the pickup, but Glad now has to defend against two players back to back. Whoa! Manages to find him. Cluster dropped in, and Lin gets taken out of the equation as VVV now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The one and only team, Veni, will stand by for yet another onslaught as the players of PB Esports main very slowly approach the situation. They are looking to recover their own teammates' dog tags, and Abu will be the first one to the spot. Jesuo is going to get picked up here by Ad, which means that VVV will be ready for another battle. But isn't Jesuo taking a little bit too long to stand right back up, nephew?
Yeah, I mean, it probably with the footsteps that Abu has been making, that is causing him to delay. But there you go! There goes Abu being taken down in there. A great reversal being done. But there goes Jesuo as well as AD being taken down with the rest of PB Esports. And PB Esports is not down just yet, AJ.
Bro, but what is going on, Neptune? He should have just picked up his team member there. They had so much of time to work with. I was surprised. I'm like, why is it taking this guy so long to get his team member right back up on his feet? But he was waiting for that opportunity to get a kill for himself, which is ridiculous because the game of numbers always ends up winning. And he did not go in to take advantage of that situation. He did manage to get one knockdown onto Abu, but the instant trade came through from Asta as well as Grim, who were way too close to the scenario to respond on the side of PV. And now as the players of PV Esports main pick up those dog tags, scan them through, all they have to do is just wait and see exactly how long it takes for the rest of their team members to come back in, and it will be 1 minute. So there's quite a bit of time in a Battle Royale match.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of time. A lot of things will be happening in 1 minute. But one thing that doesn't change is CP1 and Mad Gunners right now going in. But Sexy and Hate being taken down in there by Machu by exploding that vehicle. There goes another one. Oh my God, Machu, what are you doing?
Oh, Bashu is just a god-made the supplier this time round, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And this is what we were missing yesterday. I was so confused. We saw vehicles and we made the comment that just one grenade can do that vehicle dirty, but nobody was bringing it out on that blackout play. But this time, Machu making sure that we will not bring up the exact same thing in question today. Machu opportunity, but Lacrima repositions. Bumped up player flies away from all of those shots. Machu does not get to take advantage of that just yet, but with SVD in hand, is looking for more of those players. Existence right in front towards his 10 o'clock, and he will spot out Ainra from the side of VVV as well. All for the taking, all for Mashu, but they have to be careful here as Most Wanted are holding on to such open grounds. Close to zero defenses here if they get backstabbed.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the high ground and a few boulders right now, but here we go. We have Mashu right now releasing those clusters. Here comes Mashu for the hit against Lacrima, and we know how Lacrima is that well on escaping a battle. This regardless of you being in the middle, Lacrima can get away, especially with the pump class that they are using right here. But Gyro right here is also going for the flank, and we'll have to find out how well will they be going against Existence, because we know the capacity of Existence right now to be in a fight with this team. But Hate right now will be backstabbed, but will not be able to get away as Gyro goes in for that chase. And I think this is a hint for Existence to go in for the fight against this team of Most Wanted, because they have been hiding out in there for so long.
And Kyun wasn't able to bring Fright back into the matchup, but Alatsky as well as Tokyo will be more than good enough for the Four Kings. The team that dominated yesterday seems to have fallen from grace in here today, and they need to find a way to crawl right back in. And we just spotted Sato with an unfortunate encounter with Debwoo's crosshair, and that snipe knocks the guy right down to his knees. And the players of VVVG, on the other hand, very slow approach to get in towards the next zone as they continue to play the very edge of the safe zone. A risky position to hold on to, especially with the fact that they have got no defenses whatsoever. Yanara up in the air manages to take Grim down onto the ground. Asta now pulls out the M21 for the pops, and it is going to be Team Existence right in front of them. And the players of PB Esports main, 8 kills in hand so far, are going in for the shutdown. But Most Wanted are keeping Existence Esports here a little distracted so PB can take advantage. Neptune.
And VV Esports is doing well with this fight. I mean, for earlier it was a VVV who they went into, and now this time it is Existence. But Avo will not be that lucky because Sato was in there with that sniper, and Doom will need to go in for the hit. But Gyro has been taken down in there, not just with the gunshot, but also with that explosion. Now, earlier, AJ, you were looking how 4K is not performing that well. Probably it's a lack of a chopper that they got into. I got a glimpse of Alatsky in there coming from Turbine and in a vehicle, in a motor vehicle, and not a chopper. And probably that's one reason thus they didn't have as much information as well as the mobility into this game to go for all those teams.
Yeah, and because there's always 2 teams that are dropping into Turbine as well, and those 2 teams drop in with a full squad. Alatsky usually goes in for the very solo move to pull that chopper away to give the team mobility around the map, but that's exactly where they fail, because the 2 teams that do end up on Turbine are looking for the chopper for themselves as well. So they need to find a different spot if they want to secure a good vehicle to move around on that map, especially if it's going to be a helicopter. It's going to be Kyun, the only player that has been upgraded in here on the side of the Four Kings, and smoke after smoke, the Four Kings will pop out there on the battlefield to obscure the view of the players of VVVG. And now Alatsky as well as Tokyo, they stand by and they leave VVV in the hands of Existence to get shut down, and the backstab will not be perfect as Sato turns around, takes KKPG out of the equation, and VVV, they stand their ground against Existence.
Devu right now is being chased, but Sato will be taken down there by hands of Savi, and Zekro getting back against Devu. But here comes the safe zone. There goes the takedown against Savi, and Ainra still doing their best to go and get those kills. 12 kills to be exact for this team right now of BG, and they are here to get more. 3 remaining members to be able to get a lot more in here from the 18 teams who are still alive, if they can still go with the tactical approach that they have been using so far. 4K, on the other hand, has been very, very tactical in their gameplay. They're not going for the rush as Alatsky has been taken down, and they know that they are in a pinch right now. Thus, the performance of the team of 4 Kings and their aggressiveness are dwindling right here.
Yep, Hades manages to get the takedown onto Alatsky as he does not crawl back to his team members quick enough, and Brai takes advantage of Tokyo, who tried to help Alatsky out on these open grounds. And Kyun will be your final player, but let us not mistake this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Kyun alone is more than good enough for the side of 4 Kings for the placement points, as well as securing a few kills even in those final moments, as what he has proven yesterday already. Kyun now gets knocked down onto the ground by Bryans with the vehicle, and that's just gonna be game over for the 4 Kings by the looks of it.
And we still have 5 teams remaining right now, and Syntax Error not making that much error at this point. And another team that is surprisingly still alive and kicking and very much in control is ABC Mystic right here. Rogue has been taken down, but they have the War Machine as well as Lacrima in their sights with only a few HP. And we are looking at a lot more of kills right here as Celo goes in for that rush, and the destruction right now is being done, AJ, as Syntax Error. Aaron is moving up in high ground, getting all the information for the team, but will there be enough for them to go along against this all teams on this 4-team match?
Yeah, Prime knocked down onto the ground already, but look at CB1, man. Bryans is still driving around with the vehicle. Nobody has taken him down and out of the equation just yet. Prime just got killed by Brian. And now, Ju gets knocked right at the very moment he jumps up as well, and that saves him from being knocked out of the zone. Amazing plays. He got that by accident, but the one who's impressing me is CB1 Bryans, who finally gets taken down by Ju. And now, Alibaba Clan Mystic, they are still alive and kicking with 2 more players. And this was the team that could barely pick up points yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls doing so well today, but Bry will make quick work of Ju as well. To look from behind, takes on Hades, but it's a 2v1 as Hades now pushes on forth, gets knocked down onto the ground, and that's a good takedown by Chillop. But the zone now is gonna make sure Chillop gets the kill. Hades will not be picked up. Bry from across, it will be Sekre, and Team VT gets the victory!
VG right now for the hands of Sekre, and they're showing that one man can do a lot. VVV Esports VG, they're taking another win for this team, and there you have it. Round number 2 is over. And AJ, that was an exciting battle right now, as we've seen more from ABC Mystic on this game. They have taken it differently from what we've seen them yesterday, and they are going in there for the placement as well as the kills. But no doubt, we still have VVV in play, and there's no backing down from these teams.
Yeah, but we need to highlight ABC Mystic a little bit more first, right? Because they had the golden opportunity, and the golden opportunity is the spotlight on them. They're the only team in here representing MYSG, and if they continue to do badly, the spotlight's on you. But if you do good, my friend, that immediately puts you at the very top. You just get hyped through the roof, and that's exactly what they're going out there and grinding for. Back to back now, they've managed to get into that final zone, something that was just so difficult, if anything, impossible for them yesterday. And if they can keep up this sort of a performance, making it through to the grand finals, it's going to be a possibility for this MYSG squad.
And then there we go. We have right now the post-game breakdown as we look at a VVV Esports VG right now with a total of 18 points for this team. And we have Syntax Error right here going in for second. This is a total of 9 points for Syntax Error, but there we have ABC Mystic, 6 points. Yes, not that much, but we talk about the placement as well as them surviving compared to the Kings of Blackout, who is sitting there at 7th.
And, you know, that's exactly what's going to happen when you don't bring in the consistency. And for Kings this time around, they will have to reassess some of the decisions in here. And the one assessment that I definitely have made by observing them yesterday and today, the strategy by Alatsky to break away very early on to move into Turbine to steal that chopper, that's just not working. Unless they can change that and focus on getting a chopper from a different compound, then we might be able to see a little bit of a better execution from the side of 4Kings. Because when they have got something planned so well and it doesn't actually go through the way they planned it, they seem to falter in that very moment. It's slightly similar to the challenges that they have faced at Isolated as well, but we'll continue keeping our eyes on them. But let's talk a little bit about team number 6 in here, Team Vici. How much have they done for themselves? This is once again the best VVV team in the competition. We've got 3 VVV teams in this group alone, and Vici sets themselves apart, not just with consistency, but with the dominance out there on the battlefield, and most of it provided by Sekre.
Yeah, and going in there against four kings in the top two spot, they have what it takes to be able to overtake them. We'll have yet to see how much they move on the leaderboards, but we have also in there the return of Nerosa from a Metaverse Esports. They're
Mm.
now sitting in 11th spot from this blackout. Still not doing good for the two rounds that we've
Yep.
seen so far, and I think the adjustment will still need to happen, but it needs to happen quickly because they are losing out on a lot. Yesterday, they did a little bit well compared to the other teams, but right now this is where they need to pop off because a lot of teams will be leaving them behind.
Yeah, and what can I say about Amethyst Esports, right? The assessment made at the very start of the competition was that they are going to struggle, and it looks like
Mhm.
they continue to struggle. We haven't been proven wrong just yet, Neptune, and it looks like it will take a while for Amethyst Esports to step their gameplay right back up to where they used to be. They're no longer one of the dominant ones in the competition, and that's going to hurt them for sure, but it's not something that they cannot change before we get to the grand finals if they get to the grand finals. So, and all of those adjustments needs to happen right now. Maybe they want to take a little bit, a page out of the book of VVV, who are quite consistent with all of the drops that they move on in for either of these maps. And they might want to take a page out of the fight book of Four Kings in terms of the engagements, because the team of Amethyst Esports, at one point, they were one of the best slayers out there on the battlefield, but it just doesn't seem to be the case anymore.
Yeah, I mean it's probably one of the roster changes that they have. We've seen yesterday that Nerosa Will didn't play, so this is sort of a different set of members that we have. But I think the need for Nerosa right now has already been put across. Thus, he's playing today. Now the question is, how will this work for the rest of the teams? How will the command go for them? Will it really change them? For the first two rounds, not that much because a lot of teams has already been so consistent, and that would be the same for this name of VVV Esports Vici. As we can
Yeah.
see, Sekra is in here. They started off right now with three.
Oh.
With that double kill, it really pops off. It gives you great motivation having a highlight just like that, and I think that is where they are getting all the motivation to be able to approach, regardless of how many members is left for their team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, ever since the throwing range of the grenades were tweaked in Battle Royale, it has made such a huge difference in some of these games. And as you can see, what Marshu did just moments there,
Mhm.
ladies, German boys and girls, was toss the grenade towards that moving vehicle. And it is the range of these tosses that are absolutely insane out there on the battlefield. And it's such a huge game changer because not only do you get to engage with your guns out there, the grenades make a huge difference because it's a one-hit kill. You get that accurate shot, that grenade that grenade comes into contact, and you are already in the winning. And when it's a vehicle that carries on more than two players, you are winning big in that situation. That's exactly what Marshu was bagging. But I have just no idea how that Brian's managed to get away with that vehicle for so long out there in that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is. I mean, we know how the vehicle is too loud when it's going across you in this game. And some of the teams are not going in for the auditory response right now to go against Brian's, and they're more on the visual that they are seeing in there and focusing more on the enemies, the numbers
Hmm.
of enemies that they're going against. Thus, with you in there being hit by the vehicle, that is more of a wake up that, hey, Brian's is still there, and I need to take him out because he will be annoying later on, and that is what you did.
Yeah, and of course, as the players from the side of from the players on the side of Syntax Era Gurkas went in for that final takedown, they just discovered that the players of VVVG are just a little too dominant out there on the battlefield. So they had to take a step back, right? But of course, the highlight here is consistency, and consistency coming through from VVV Esports Vici, because Isolated is their better map. And
Mhm.
they are the best team when it comes to Isolated. Yesterday, they were the ones that performed the very best, managing to bag the most number of points in comparison to all of the other teams. A total of 49 points picked up yesterday, and they are in here today to break their own record. With this one victory already taken to their side, they are on the right track, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. And I think it's also with the takedown of 4K in there. But before we go there, guys, we have a surprise for you. We have the rare wish crate right now just below AJ right there. Take that screenshot and type it in game to be able to get that reward. This is a limited wish crate, so make sure that you grab it right now. Otherwise, well, just not put in a lot of negativity in there. We are pointing out this is limited. So make sure that you grab it. Not everyone will be able to get it.
Absolutely, man. And if you don't get it, too bad, brother.
You just have to wait.
You got to be quick. And you know exactly when you can claim all of these wish crates? Very simple. When we take a quick short break, we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Garena Survivors, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, and the action that we have in here has just gotten better in day number 2. After day 1, all of the adjustments have been made, all of the drop spots have been secured as well as confirmed, and we are seeing a fewer of these very early engagements as we check out all of these battles, but there are still some of those teams who are struggling out there to find their drop zones. But of course, as they continue to struggle, the other teams that find them and outplay them on the battlefield will be able to pick up on those so important kill points that will be helping them climb up to the top as we are facing a shortage of placement points with the very new format. Let's take a look and see exactly how the teams continue to do in here, because the consistency that we expected out of the teams yesterday, such as VVV, seems to be apparent. But some of the newer teams who are growing in here as well, ABC, Mystic, Neptune, what do you think of their performance today?
Yeah, I mean, and they are on a roll right now. If
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, they are going in for 16 kills already for the first two rounds that we've seen, and with the placement as well, they are in a way over 30 onto the
Yeah.
point. So we'll have to see how well will they be able to continue on. And I think the study that we've seen from yesterday of the gameplays of the team really helped for them. The adjustment that they did, as you mentioned, will
Yeah.
really help you to get away from early engagement and also prepare for upcoming engagement in this path.
Well, thanks to production, there is no guesswork needed. Let's take a look at the leaderboards and see exactly how the teams fare right after those two rounds. The Four Kings still maintaining their number one spot, but look at who is hot on their heels. Team Vici, very, very close now with a single point between them. And this is mainly because the Four Kings were not able to run away on that blackout map like they do like they did yesterday, where they struggled on isolated. They always found a breakout, runaway score streak on blackout. But this time round, it was not them. Whereas, in fact, it was very funnily Vici who managed to clinch that number one spot on blackout, the very exact same map that Four Kings seems to have bombed out today. Can Vici continue to keep them up? We will see. But one team who has been keeping up the consistency will still be the 13 Academy. Picking up the third spot in here overall after multiple rounds, 2 rounds in here today, 6 rounds yesterday, 8 rounds in total. 13 Academy is still hanging in here with the best, 89 points, followed by Veni in that fourth spot with 66 points. And tied up at 62 points with that 5th and 6th placement will be Existence Valhalla as well as VD, with the players of Existence Valhalla beating out VD because they have got more placement points, as placement points will be your initial tiebreaker when any of the teams are tied up there. Followed by Syntax Era, Gurkhas, as well as Amateurs Esports in the 7th to 8th spot. It is still a surprise here that Amateurs Esports is still on the left-hand side of the leaderboard, but they have to watch out with the rise now, with the awakening of teams like ABC Mystic. Their reign is not going to be for too long on the left-hand side of the leaderboard if they don't start stepping up some of their gameplay, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. Because if you calculate or look at, just look into the scores right now, it's not too far. 41 on ABC Mystic against the 44 points from a Metaverse Esports. Just a one set of a team to be taken out, and they're already out there taking their place on the 8th spot. And the same with NRX 6-9 right now. And let's say for those who are in here up until the 16, it's very much performance or a quick pop off that would change all this breakout from 7th to 16, really, because we've seen how much the points are going through, especially with the kills that can be done by a team. And that can be shown from what we mentioned for the Four Kings as well as VVV Esports Vici. But we were talking about the Four Kings, AJ, how they have been falling down in blackout, wherein they are so proficient in this map, and also they improve on isolated. So hopefully that is a trade-off that they are going into, because it is not really worth it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, this time around, it will be NDD Action that sits down in the very final spot in the 16th place. Something that they have to do something about. I guess they can, because if ABC Mystic can, I mean, this is a really good improvement coming through from a team that really couldn't cut much out yesterday at all. In overall, 10 points taken from day number 1 in comparison to the 31 points that they've managed to secure so far from just 2 rounds is a huge set of improvement coming through from the MYSG squad. And they represent MYSG, both Malaysia as well as Singapore, not just because they're the only representatives who are not from the Philippines, but because in their team, they have got players from both of these nations. And they have chosen to represent both nations, as there is a shortage of Malaysian as well as Malaysian as well as Singaporean teams inside of Group A. But they seem to be doing quite a great job out there, especially in day number 2. Can they continue their comeback? I'm pretty sure the whole of the MYSG scene is awaiting to see exactly that.
And there we have it. As we start, this is round number 3 right now. We are not just switching maps, but also switching perspective. This is the first round of FPP for Isolated on this day of, this is day 2 of the semifinals. And we'll have to see, will ABC Mystic be able to maintain what they're doing right now for the past two maps in this game, switching on an FPP mode and as well as drop points, trying to avoid all of those strong teams in the start of the game. But one thing for sure, Team E and Team L, that will be VV Esports VD, as well as Syntax Air Gorkas right now, is still on the harbor spot, and they are not letting go of that area. And from what we've seen so far on the leaderboards, one needs to get out as well as move to a different place. Otherwise, they might be taken down early on this game.
Doom now finds the play of Doom and takes Remy out of the equation. NRX69, they will continue to struggle in the competition as they have not been able to find their best place just yet. Wise also will be the second player to get taken out of the equation, and it will be the players of PV Esports main that continue to strike down NRX69. Kalu, the next player to get taken out of the equation, and they have not found the final player just yet, but 3 out of 4 is a great start for PV.
The platform wars between PV Esport and NRX69 is not going down. They are not backing off. No one wants to let go of the platform. And the only instance that they will not be meeting in the start of the game is if there's no platform. But for so far, that is 7 out of 8 matches, or out of 9 matches already. That is the takedown in there. But that was a lot of games in there with the platform. Thus, PV Esports and NRX69 keeps battling each other out in that spot.
Yeah, and that's a great observation made, Neptune. And one of the two teams needs to back away, man. And the next time I hear from you, I'm pretty sure you're going to start giving us data as well as to how many times each of those teams have actually won those initial encounters. Because that's something that they really have to focus in on as well. What really matters is, yes, you're going in, you're sharing the drop spot, but who's benefiting out of this? And the loser, though, I mean, if it's 50-50, if they've won an equal number, I understand why they keep sharing that drop spot, right? But if there is a huge skew in the percentage of wins coming through from either side, then, big questions will be asked. I do not know the numbers just yet, but once again, I'm pretty sure Neptune will crunch that and throw it up for us all out here. This guy, the true data king, is right back shoutcasting for Garena Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to go for the analysis right now and also to provide more insights for the viewers as well as the team right here, because we know how this job that we have, AJ, as shoutcasters, not only bring the hype, but bringing in the story of this team. And this is what I love, showing everyone who's watching that this is not just a battle wherein you shoot and fight, but there's a lot more of mind as well as data and statistics, tactics that is involved. And that is what I want to highlight in this game and bring forth to all the Garena COD community that we have right now.
And that is most definitely adding a lot of value out here. And I'm pretty sure the players out there on the battlefield are listening as well, getting all of this information in their head, absorbing it as much as possible, because every bit of information is going to help you survive longer out there on the battlefield. And you are absolutely right when you say, Neptune, this is just not a game of point and shoot. A lot of strategizing needs to happen, and the teams that do not strategize usually do not get the podium finish. They do not see that final zone. I mean, granted, there are some teams, there are some players out there who are truly gifted, but even those gifted players will fall from grace. I mean, and I do apologize for taking this example, but look at Narosa. He is an amazing player. He's got amazing skills, and he comes from an amazing team. But when you cannot strategize well enough to bring all of your amazing skills in combination out there on the battlefield, you're still going to get backed out by some of these other teams that are a little bit more tight when it comes to their approach of the strategy. And of course, the players of Vici, one of those who execute that strategy to perfection when it comes to isolated.
Yeah, definitely. And pointing out isolated, you mentioned about the metaverse right there. They haven't had a quick they haven't had a foothold on where they will be dropping, similar to what we've seen from Four Kings. And they drop into like black market, heat, overgrown, really all over the place. Not even in one specific area. Well, apart from heat and overgrown, wherein it's not that close as well, but it's in one part of the map north.
Yeah.
But still, going across in there, but this time they are on the launch phase, so no specific drop points. I think they're still finding their way all throughout this tournament, and if this goes through until the end of the day, they will still be lost. They will still be in there, going in, struggling to climb up onto the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I'm just a little surprised to see as to why they keep doing that, right? Not really focusing on a single drop spot and continuously mixing it up, because to bring us back to the point I made earlier on, if you are continuously switching up your drop spots but are still able to win all of your gunfights that you do come across out there in the battlefield back to back to back, it's not going to matter. But when you continuously switch it up, you don't find a great defensive position, you keep getting caught out there in the open fields, that's when things are going to start becoming a problem. And as you can see on the left-hand side, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in the top 10, Amethyst Esports is nowhere to be spotted in terms of the performance of the previous 2 rounds. So the team is going to continuously struggle in here today as well. But in the overall standings, Amethyst Esports still has put on quite a bit of points in there already, but they are quickly losing grip, Neptune.
Yeah, and one team that is not losing grip is ABC right now. ABC Mystic right here. Ju going for the kill against Sexy. And another one is in play. There goes another fire from Matt Gunner. But unfortunately, the hate has been brought into the scene with that Mac 10. But Rogue will not be letting that go.
But here comes Rogue now and has an opportunity for the backstab. Lacrima manages to pick up the dog tag first. A quick scan comes through and the players of Mad Esports now catches Rogue out, and Rogue just not anticipating that attack at all. Lacrima manages to take advantage of the situation. Chalop and Prime, they are all teasing each other, and all of this action, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is breaking down in a very, very inconvenient position outside of the safe zone. Prime now down onto the ground as well. Chalop, the final player for the side of ABC Mystic to depend on. Hopefully he can find those dog tags, because at the very moment the kind of damage you are getting from the zone isn't all that too unbearable just yet, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a chance for them to go for the hit up, but I think Chalop is just going for the safe play, and like what we keep mentioning, tactical plays from the team of Alibaba Clan Mystic. Thus they are improving every time they jump into the battle, and that is what we expect to see them. Oh, there you have it. Lagrima has been taken out as well as a Prime in there from ABC. The question is, who else is surviving from that game? And I think Lagrima has been brought back. And I know we're looking at 13 Academy, but there's a lot of things happening in there from ABC Mystic. And finally, Chalop is in play right now, going in hot. And we have Ju coming back from the revive line. So there's still chance for them. They just need to secure a spot inside a safe zone and get a vehicle, probably a chopper, to get those dog tags back.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I have no idea exactly what happened out there, but there was just a lot of missed action. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We'll try to fix that in the future, but we will continue on with yet another battle out there on the battlefield as the 4 Kings try to disengage from the players of VVV. This is Team VD right in front of them. Ciora, Kaiser, Jewel, as well as White. They stake their defenses in here, but they have to be really careful, because Most Wanted towards the right-hand side can also take that backstab. And for all you know, Team VG might drop by to say hello as well, as they're a little too close for comfort.
And where we have it, we have a VG right now, but we have 4K up close as well. Now, we've pointed out how much they are not doing well on isolated, but when it comes to FPP, they are more in there compared to the TPP gameplay. But will this play into their favor? Because we have 2 of the most consistent teams that we've seen so far against them, and they might be stuck in the middle. Apart from that, we also have Most Wanted from above right now, who have a good vantage point against Fright. But there goes Alaski for the hit. When we thought Fright will be going down, Gyro will be going down instead.
Yeah, man, and Alatsky with the greatest defense, and he shows that it is none other than the offense. A great save, and he provided for his team member as he took that backstab approach, and now Most Wanted will have to be careful, because here comes Alatsky alongside 2 of his other team members. Fright with the one who leads the charge forward, has got 30 more bullets inside of that mag. Quick reload comes through as well. AK-47 switched out, 53 of those bullets waiting from that mag 10, but he doesn't take advantage. Tokyo from up top instead manages to get the takedown with the AK-47, and Kyun chips in as well as Most Wanted finds the wrath of the Four Kings. VVV, they are not spared as they are in the crosshairs of the Four Kings as well. This is isolated. This is a very unique situation that the Four Kings are all turning around for themselves.
They know that they have not been performing so far for the past 2 games, and this is their chance to show us that we are still wrong. They can still outperform themselves in this game, and this is what we're showing right now. Regardless of what map they, or regardless of what mode they go into on the perspective side, they are still showing aggressiveness when everyone else from the FPP side is going in for the passive. And this is what 4K Alaski is showing us as he goes in against Mr. Kaiser side to side, and there goes the hit and the takedown with a jack.
Latsky, he continues to strike in here, but that is just kill number 1. This guy, his lust for blood out there on the battlefield will not really be satisfied until he finds that number 1 spot yet again. He popped off yesterday and nobody could control, nobody could contain the one and only Alatsky. But today, there's just a little bit of a struggle coming through. Second kill of the day, and Alatsky, as he continues moving on in, will find 4 players on the side of existence and needs to catch up with the rest of his team members. But Kyun and Tokyo are already inside of the zone, and they have got the height advantage. They've got the prime position to attack the players of existence as Alatsky now approaches them very, very aggressively.
And here we go, Alaska right now in here, and just getting into the zone will be taken down by Yanara. The disadvantage of the damage from that safe zone will be the fall of Alaska. Fried right now is in there. Will be able to go and rush and will have to armor up because the rest of the teams of existence are gunning him down. Now we have Tokyo right now going for rush with the backstab being done by Fried. But here comes Sabi taken down, as well as Debu with that Mac 10. The scan is on, and the pickup will be following. And here comes a 4K surviving, but Santo is not too far behind. Might be taking them down, and there goes the Fright on the run.
The Jack combo with the Odin! And Fright does not get knocked down. Does get knocked down, but no takedown just yet, as Kyun still is alive and kicking from across. And Sato wants to make sure he sorts that out. Aindra is in the best position to take the final player of Four Kings out, and they do exactly that. The Four Kings have been eliminated from Isolated once again. In the 13th position, they take nothing in terms of placement points, and all of those kills will all be the points that they managed to grab for themselves. And Team VG, they continue to strike hard and Isolated. They are the best team when it comes to this map, and it doesn't look like they want to give the title away just yet.
And one of the best teams right now, 13 Academy, is going against a Metaverse right now, a team that we have called out so many times, and I think this is a chance for them to prove us that they still have what it takes. With 4 men remaining, going against 2 members of 13 Academy, spread out in the open, I think this is their chance to really come back into this play. All they have to do is get a good vantage point as well as an approach against each team, and a team versus team would be wouldn't be the ideal spot for them, because on FPP mode you don't want to go against, say, several teams all at once because of the limited visibility that you have.
White now down on the ground thanks to the zone, and Rosa as well as Squads moves on in. They are going to come across the 13 Academy players, Amethyst Esports. They started that battle earlier on already, but it doesn't seem like they are intent on finishing things off just yet. It will also be the players of Armin and Rosina in front of us as they take on Team VD out of the VVV clan. Joe all alone, and he cannot aggress on forward at all. Siora has broken away from him. So if Joel gets caught out, that's going to be the weakest link in this equation on the side of VVV, which the players of Armin can start things off with. But of course, Joel, he gets out of that very tricky situation. Like I said, he was a little too far away from Kaiser as well as Siora. White's dog tag on the ground. Joel will make sure that dog tag is retrieved. And NRX69, on the other hand, they spot out Amethyst Esports.
And then Rosa goes in for the kill against Remy, and we'll have to find out how will that unfold, as well as the waiting game that is happening right now. Armament has been waiting for so long in that area, and we've seen that before, but Boyet will not be waiting for long because Paul will be taken down. Jeswo will try to go in for the rush, but Armament Rosina is already in their position well to go against this team. But how many members or how many team of VVV will be rushing in, and who will be going against who? As we look at the minimap, it's like Skittles out there, a lot of colors, a lot of circles right here, and it might be confusing, as well as might be a pandemonium, as you usually say it, AJ.
Yes, sir. Too many cooks spoil the soup, and I don't know what sort of soup they're cooking out there, but a soup filled with Skittles is not one I am looking to taste today. And the play is 41 out of 64, still alive and kicking. 51 seconds for them to position themselves in the best defensive position before the circle continues to pressure all of them. Narosa, great positioning. Mashu gets caught out, and he sprays the boulder before hitting Mashu. Manages to get that headshot for himself, but that's just skill number 3. Can Amethyst Esports continue this onslaught? They have to be careful. Vici just towards the left-hand side of them as they try to engage with NDD instead, which puts VVVV
Supremo with one hit from Watts, and Watts is still not losing it on the sniper hill, and we'll have to wait and see. The gunshot has been heard already, AJ, and this might be the prompt for VVV to go against them, but NDD is just scattered all around, and Peter right now trying to survive, but will be taken down. Watts is still at it in there with those snipe hits.
My lord! 3 shots, all of them connected. This guy is a monster. Absolute no spray and spray with the M21. The erratic AMR will be more than enough for Watts to dominate this position. But VVV, earlier on Team Vici did not take advantage, and Watts continues to pressure NDD. And he sends the players of NDD straight into the hands of Team Vici. Team Vici going in for the cleanup, but that will keep them distracted long enough for Amethyst Esports to cut the distance between themselves as well as Team Vici, and perhaps take that back step on them. And this might just be the best setup from Amethyst Esports, but Sato spots them out initially, and he will have that high ground advantage to take all of those shots against the Amethyst players. But they have to be careful as well, because the headshot from the bottom is just a little bit too easy to take.
And as we have it in Rosa right now with that smoke being let go, and this might spread VVV on to an outburst, and they will need to get a better position. And this is one of the tactics right now. But there goes the elimination or the takedown by VVV, and Sato is still in play, not letting go of that area, regardless, despite of the zone coming in. But the tank is also in play for the hands of CB1 AJ, and still nowhere to be found on this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Doisu manages to get cracks out of the equation as well as CB1 now. They have managed to take the tank and bring it into play. A lot of those players now in a tiny little circle, and finding a defensive position in such a zone is not really possible, because not only do we have a little bit of an open hill, we also have got a lot of those boulders from certain angles are just not scalable, and you will not be able to reposition in time if you hold on to the edge of that boulder, edge of that hill towards the final moments of that circle moving. And that's exactly where a lot of teams falter. But Watts, he does not slow down. He does not miss. He just aims and knocks straight down onto the ground. Watts is still on fire. Can he get the elimination? One more shot, and he does. Headshot. And he takes Dre out of the equation. Amethyst Esports. Watts wants to make a statement out there.
What's up, Watts? That is what I have to say to you right now. Very naughty with the Nautilus, right tech AMR right there, and not missing a beat. White is the next target right there, missing 2 because of his snowboard right now. Well, we'll have to see how well will White be able to go and rush in. A lot of teams are already in there in this small area, and I think they spotted one as well from behind. Here comes Watts with the jack, and will not be going in for that hit. Ooh, here goes Flipix going against Stompeeps, and Mamart right now in there for follow-up with that Odin, AJ.
Yep, and the combo between the SMRS as well as the pump class is going to give you a lot of dividends if you can pull it off. you require a lot of mechanical capability to pull off a play like that. Mamat now flying through the air to reposition himself just right in front of Watts, and Watts, can he catch him out? The Jack manages to catch Mamat off, and Watts will manage to secure kill number 7. One more shot out of the right deck AMR, but Sato quickly repositions himself. That's not gonna be possible coming through this time round, but Sekre now, one quick backstab, and that shot in the back by Watts will miss. Earlier on, he wasn't missing a single shot, but VVV not planning to give him all of that advantage, and Team VG, as they reposition the players off, 13 Academy will pull in the distraction as well. Sato finds that backstab, Elf's taken down, Roll trades out Sekre, and Team VG will continue to struggle as Amethyst Esports wakes up in this round.
Three-man team for the side of Metaverse Esports. They have awakened, and Sato right now for the backstab. Nerosa will be hit, but there goes Sato, will be taken down, and Nerosa finishing off, and Lin, and there goes a Metaverse back in play. They will take this win for round number 3.
You gotta stand up. You gotta wake up every single time you catch yourself falling asleep. Amethyst Esports have woken up at the right time, and they will not get bitten by the snake that was crawling right beside them and slithering right beside them. And Amethyst Esports, that one lifeline that they were given, they have taken full advantage of. And can we just talk a little bit about how Watts was just popping off out there with the right tech AMR, Nautilus in hand? He was getting a little bit cheeky, a little bit naughty with all of those shots, but each and every single one connecting in the early moments, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's such amazing with that right tech AMR, and looking at the post game right now, Watts bagging 9 kills in that game. That is even more than half for the total of a Metaverse right now. Nerosa with 7, Raul with 1, and Alps for the backup in there with 0. Still a total of 18 kill points for a Metaverse. I think they're starting to roll into play right now, and I think they will be, or I hope they'll be able to continue this on, because teams like 13 Academy going in there in second has been consistent enough, but this time just on the placement and not on the kills.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, the placement points don't really give you all that too much from these lobbies, looking at the fact that we only have got 16 of these teams fighting off in each and every single group. And it will be the team of VVVG with yet another consistent run in these rounds. A total of 10 kills, and the third spot will make sure they continue gunning for that number 1 spot. As a matter of fact, they were just 1 point behind the 4 Kings. And the question is, where were the 4 Kings this time around? Could they pick up enough kills to make sure they overtake the positioning of Vici? Unfortunately, it's not going to be the case this time around.
Yeah, because Vici in their kills plus placement really already on the top of their game against 4 Kings right here. And 4 Kings, as we look, they are in 13th spot. Very, very low. You pointed it out that they will not be getting any placement, but for the kills department, they already have, this is, I don't know. This is quick math for me. 10 kills?
Yeah.
All right. 10 kills. Thanks, AJ. 10 kills for them, but 0 placement point. It's very difficult to catch up, because we have VVV already in there with 10 kills as well, plus the placement point for 3rd place.
Yeah, I guess the saving grace here is it was isolated and not blackout, right? So if they can find a few kills on isolated, then maybe a comeback is still going to be possible here for the 4 Kings later on. But, you know, in this particular round, they truly got outshined. But picking up 10 kills, even in the 13th spot, just shows you the capability of the 4 Kings out there on the battlefield. And, you know, we talked about them being terrible at isolated. This time around, they want to prove that that is not the case. And good on them. They have managed to find the kills. But, brothers, you need to find a way to survive to that final circle as well. And that's exactly where the 4 Kings are struggling at isolated at the moment. They have got great mechanical capability, but abysmal rotations into those final circles that is catching them off guard round after round at isolated. But when we move on into blackout, yesterday they were the bomb, man. Today they kind of seem a little bit subdued in the same way that ABC Mystic kind of bombed out in this round, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, for the blackout map, yesterday, round number 2, they got 19 kills as well as the win. For round number 4, that is where they really pop off, and that's where they went in blackout FPP. That is the next map. the next mode that we're going into, the next round. Yesterday, they got 28 kills plus the win, and that is the 2 wins that they got from yesterday. They are the only teams who got multiple winners spot from the 6 rounds yesterday. So there's still hope for them. Hopefully, the downfall that they had from the earlier match that we've seen will not pull them down that much to be able to catch up against Vici in there.
Yeah. And, as the players of Four Kings continue to move on in here in the open ground battle, it was just a little bit of a tough fight out there, man, because there's so much of chaos ensuing in such an open ground with 16 of those teams still alive and kicking. There's too many things could go wrong, and whatever could go wrong did go wrong as they continue to take their battles out in the open grounds. And VVV were in a great position to shut them down, but we did see that the play out of the Four Kings to shut down Most Wanted instead turned out to be the worst decision that they could make, because they were initially winning out all of those gunfights, but they teased the wrong team. They also went in there, they shut down Siora, and as Kyun continued to pressure all of those players, they would find themselves backstabbed later on by Vici.
Yeah, indeed. And I think it's aggressiveness by Alaski right now that has brought them down, because stepping outside of the zone and battling it out, plus the backstab that will be happening later on, it puts them in a very difficult position. And I think this is a spot where in Existence will be blocking their way from that bridge, and that has made a little bit of pressure for this team, using up all the utilities that they have from the previous battle. That is where they will be having a lot of difficulties. But Four Kings right now is still one of the best team, I would say, when it comes to kills in the FPP mode. They have average of around 20 kills in there compared to the others who is just averaging the most, apart from Four Kings, is averaging 10. So that is still a good momentum for Four Kings right now to utilize the FPP to their favor.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, as we head on into Blackout later on, there'll be yet another advantage that goes to the side of Four Kings, albeit they haven't really taken that advantage and played to the best of it today just yet. But Watts, man, one more time, this guy gets a little bit of a shout out and the highlight reel as well, because his AMR was popping off in the most accurate way possible. Nobody could get away. This was the play, man. One shot, two shot, third shot, downs the player. Amazing stuff out of him. And of course, the zone helped him finish the player off towards the end. And it would be Jewel in here for those plays as well. But Watts continuously catches him out, just like how he finds the other players. Dre was not spared from that engagement as Amethyst continued popping off left, right, and center.
I mean, Watts is prepared right now for long distance and close battle encounters. You mentioned the combination of a right tech as well as a jack in play. So he knows his position back in the corner, or in the other sense, back in the safe zone, so not being backstabbed, and then a good view of everyone from 180 degrees. Now, just in case one pushes through, the jack will be useful for this game, and so far that has been very, very efficient for him, as well as the information being given by the rest of the teams as they round around and rush this field. This is a 1-3 split that we have been seeing from a metaverse. Thus, we have 3 roamers who are rushing in against enemy, and still Watts is in there together with Nerosa, finishing the blow against 13 Academy, thus taking a metaverse to number 1 for round number 3.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Amethyst Esports finally stepping up after 8 rounds have concluded where they did not manage to really go out there and prove their worth just yet. But their fans are very clearly excited that they've managed to get the victory for themselves, and they're excited to see the Rosa popping off out there on the battlefield. But the question is, can they bring in the consistency? Can they keep this up in the next round as well? That's exactly what we are here to find out. But of course, as we take a quick short break, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, I want to remind all of you to keep it healthy in the comment section. This is not going to be anything for us to pull away in terms of a victory if we continuously fight each other, man. We are all in here for one game, and that's Call of Duty Mobile. And if you guys keep the comment section healthy, more and more people will join us in this amazing community. Don't turn people off with your rudeness. We'll be right back after a quick short break.
Welcome back to the Garena Survivors semifinals, day 2, where we have seen 3 rounds of battle already from this game, halfway through, and we are about to see another half, another set of great engagement. We are at your service on the caster desk. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is amazing Mustachio AJ to bring you the action onto your screens right here.
And all of that action from the previous match, at the very least, was contributed by Amethyst Esports, as well as Watts and his amazing skills on the Vitek AMR. And I've been begging for some sniping skills for a while now, because I don't know, a little bit biased, but I'm not a huge fan of the M21 play at all. I kind of feel like it's a little bit of a broken gun out there. You take that and then you just spray people down with, endless round of shots with a high rate of fire. Granted, there is a little bit of a balance thrown into that sniper because the damage isn't as much as what you saw out of the Vitek AMR. But I was surprised, though, that the Vitek took 3 shots to knock down a single player, albeit the aim out of Watts was just spectacular then, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And it's probably as well if it's not because of probably with less armor, with the kinetic not in play, it might just have taken a 1 shot. But we've seen how much damage the Rytic from the hands of Watts has done from the like 1 shot, 1 kill, or 1 shot, 1 knockdown that we've seen earlier. And this is less likely that we've seen. So the gameplay of the snipers that we've seen so far from yesterday up until this moment from a metaverse, that we've seen a sniper going in, not spamming, and just using pure skills to that moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, those headshots. And I believe the headshot that he took on Dre from the side of Vici was just absolutely crazy. And that was one of the winning reasons as well, because just enough of pressure to be played onto the ones who aggress and manage to perform the very best and isolated, just to throw them off of their focus and gameplay a little bit, proved to be the winning strategy of Amethyst Esports in that spot. Although not the exact strategy that they had in head, but whatever they were executing out there on the battlefield had brought them to exactly that result. But of course, let's take a quick look now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the leaderboards refreshed once again after round number 3. At the very top, like we have discussed earlier on, it was the opportunity for Vici to take the number 1 spot because 4 Kings were not able to perform as well as they wanted to, and Vici do exactly that. But because the 4 Kings managed to grab a surprising 10 kill at the 13th spot, although they take no placement points whatsoever, they still were able to keep up in the race and manage to make sure that Vici does not run away too far, although they kind of bomb out a little bit early. Consistency is key, though, as 13 Academy continues to perform with that consistency out there on the battlefield. But in the previous match, like you guys witnessed, there wasn't all that too many kills from their side. So very slowly but surely, they are slipping away from that number 1 spot that they could have managed to grab for themselves. And a breakout round from Amethyst Esports kicks them up 4 spots as they now clinch the number 4 position for themselves with 71 points, pushing down Team VD as well as Vinny a little bit further. 5th and 6th spot held on by VD as well as Vinny, 70 as well as 68 points. A lot of changes can still happen in this part of the leaderboard. Followed by Existence Valhalla in the 7th place, as well as Syntax Error Gurkas in the 8th spot with 63 as well as 50 points in here, Neptune.
ABC Mystic not far behind in there with 44 points on 9th spot. They were in the 8th spot, or they were in the same spot previously, but a chance for them to be able to go and cross the boundary. Once again, guys, for those of you watching right now, this semifinals, the 3 rounds or 3 days of semifinals, is the road for top 8, and the top 8 will be stepping into the grand finals right now. Thus, the position of Syntax Error as well as ABC Mystic and the rest who are too close onto the points are very crucial, and the movement of themselves in the leaderboard will really needs to be that aggressive, same as what we've seen from a Metaverse Esports, to secure their spot for the grand finals. Going back into the list, we have CB1 Main. They started down below in there on the leaderboards, now moving up on 10th place right now, followed by Phoebe Esports. And then we have NRX 6-9 right now, not really doing that much into the point, tying it up with Armament Rodzina. Not too far behind is NDD Action, as well as Mad Gunners Esports. And last in there, on to our spot number 16, is Most Wanted Vindico, who has fallen so far from the mix.
Oh, yeah. And the one thing that they want most right now is to win a couple of rounds, but obviously they have to go out there and earn it for themselves. But not surprising to see NRX69 sit down in the 12th position, mainly because of so many of those very, very early engagements with that hot drop that they take in those isolated rounds where the aerial platform is available. And NRX69, they need to figure out if or not that is a smart play, because overall, 9 placement points through the 9 rounds that they have managed to jump on into so far is not acceptable at all.
Yeah, I mean, they have been battling it out against PvE Sports, and they are so close to each other. But it's only half the time that they are on those platforms, aerial platforms, in an isolated map. And let's see how well will they be able to go in here on the blackout map as we jump in, coming in from the north and to the south. Now, one thing that I like to point out, AJ, is how ABC Mystic was able to get away from the clutches of 13 Academy of the construction site, thus giving them great opportunity to move up. So NDD Action needs to do the same, because they always cross path with VVV on the factory area, and NRX69 on the boat or the houseboat going against VVV Esports Benny. They are not winning those fights. So those teams that are not winning those fights, as what you mentioned, if you are not surviving and getting ahead of those who are dropping with you, all you have to do is just switch to a different point, and hopefully you have a plan for approach for different areas of a drop zone.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, and I think it'll truly help out some of these teams out here in Neptune if the next time you could bring around some of the data as to which of these drop zones within Isolated and Blackout that is not being visited all that too often. I mean, if they're not going to be doing the homework on their own, I think you should be helping them out, man. Because, you know, once again, NRX69, they find another team out there on the battlefield. It's going to be Duda and Squad this time around, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And as Team VVV continue to take them out, this is Team Veni. NRX69 have no idea what they're taking on right now. But Art gets dropped as well. And NRX69, they might just be able to bag out Veni.
And we have NRX69 getting back into the mix, and we'll have to see how well will that work right now. But right now, we are looking at how Wise is approaching and chasing Jesuo right now with the push and the pinch that can be done by NRX69 right now. Mr. Flex and Casey Ball with a snipe hit against Jesuo. And how many left is on the VVV side? I don't think there's not much, because one team has already been eliminated onto the mix. We have 15 and 16 already, and we'll have to see how well will they continue this battle on. Armament Voyet for a quick backstab with that jump right now. We were here earlier because we were here earlier. We had to switch because we need to look at NR69, but it's a good timing for production right now to move in and see that highlightable move by Voyet with that jump.
NRX69, and it's Ciora now taking it down, and it looks like NRX69 is just preying on all of the VVV squad. Jewel now, can he turn things around? KZ Bone shuts down Ciora. It's gonna be Jewel as well as Kaiser. White taken out by Wise, and NRX69, they are on fire, and they want to hunt down each and every single VVV squad out there. Kaiser as well as White, they might be able to turn this around now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Earlier on, it was Team Veni that the players of NRX69 went on to take on and also shut down. This time, it is going to be Team Vidi. And now, as Flex takes Krazer out of the equation as well, NRX69 will go on for the hunt, but Jewel and Ciora very quickly avoid that situation, and they are on the run. 7 kills so far. All 7 kills coming through from the players, or coming off of the players of VVV. NRX69, they don't like being called out.
And they don't like to be called out. They want to get back into play and to catch up on the points right now. They only lost 1 member out of the 2 teams that went into. That is the Remy, who will be coming back in a few. But letting go of the chopper, think they've seen something, or might have seen someone in there, but going in onto the different story. We have Most Wanted story right now,
GG.
trying to shoot down ABC Mystic, and there goes the chopper. But we'll have to see how well will ABC Mystic be able to approach this, because they lost a vehicle in front of the water. So the swimming in there, we'll have to see how well will they be coming in here from that hijack area, AJ.
Yeah, and Groucho manages to toss that grenade, manages to bag 2 players from the side of CB1 inside of that vehicle. But as you guys can see here, from the first 2 rounds, Amethyst Esports were not in the top 10 at all. And with just a single breakout round, they've managed to make it to the top 10 of today's leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, amassing a total of 31 points, just 3 points behind ABC Mystic. But speaking of ABC Mystic, we need to see them continuously step it up for the side of MYSG, because consistency is key. They showed it to us in 2 rounds. In the 3rd round, they bombed out. The 4th one in here at Blackout instead, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it still is a huge question mark. For the 4 Kings instead, it is 27 points in here so far, which is abysmal if you ask me in terms of performance. They were bagging out an average of 30 kills per round of Blackout yesterday, whereas today, after 3 rounds, all we see is 27 on their side. Quite a huge fall from grace, or quite the huge fall from dominance that we saw them take yesterday.
Yeah, would it be a chance they are holding back right now, because we've they've brought so much in there from yesterday's game. I mean, we have highlighted it so much. We have pointed out all and made a study on their drop points as well as the mistakes that they have. And I think that they are here to skew the data so they will not be read that easily. And then that is a possibility for the side of 4 Kings, because they have the potential to do more from the gameplay. And holding out is also one of the things, though not admitted, AJ, one of the things that pro teams are doing in tournaments just like this. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see if that is the case for the 4 Kings. Third Academy, on the other hand, is still roaming around looking for the enemy, and might not be seeing VV on that other side as we go back into the PvE sports, as they are in here on the firing range area waiting for an opportunity to go in against this fight, AJ.
And just checking out the interior here of the rally car, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, something that's absolutely beautiful, added to the game of Call of Duty Mobile. And I say it's beautiful because the mobility that the muscle car as well as the rally car provide you out there on the battlefield is just insane, man. Because the amount of speed that you get out of it in terms of the acceleration, allowing you to knock down players back to back, jump out of the car, get the kill, and walk away, has been quite amazing. But ever since the grenade started being a pain in the competition, being a pain to all of those players with the vehicle plays, then, you know, we started seeing lesser and lesser of the muscle car as well as rally car abuse out there. But from what we've witnessed in the competition so far, not everyone can toss a grenade at a car.
Yeah. There's only a handful of people who can do it, one from the Most Wanted as well as the other team. But there you go, we have Sexy in there going down from that explosion, and 4K is still on the roll. And I think the rush needs to be done, because this is where they usually trigger it. The moment that they get a knockdown, they go in for the chase. And I saw that they're waiting for an airdrop, but they will not be waiting for that anymore, because the Mad Gunners is up for the picking right now, and it's a long run, but I think it will be worth it if the 4 Kings will be able to take them down.
Next circle, moving towards the turbine, has got a little bit of the asylum in there as well. And that's exactly what the team members of Team Hell will be excited about. And we are, of course, talking about Syntax, Eric, Lucas, who are staying away from all of this battle, staying away from all of the action as long as they possibly can. They better hope and pray that there's a vehicle somewhere there for them, because the next circle, when it starts moving, it probably go towards the other players who are pretty far away from them. So avoiding the battle might just turn out to be the worst decision that they have made. But we will have to, of course, see if or not that does happen in the exact sequence that I mentioned. As the players of Mad Gunners Esports continue to reposition themselves, they have to be careful, because NDD Action has got a vehicle on their side, continuously circling around this compound, looking for 1 or 2 players to knock down.
Yeah, we pointed out wherein the FPP mode really switched up the tactics of the team. They are oftenly looking for a team versus team battle compared to what we've seen from CPP, wherein they can go in third party. They can eliminate a team that quickly on a third party or a fourth party, whatever, how many tooks you can go in there. But this time, they are just taking it slow right now. They don't want to risk being backstabbed by a team, especially on the FPP mode. Thus, they are choosing their fight wisely. And then this is why FPP has brought it to a slowdown and compared or apart from the Four Kings who has still been rushing and going in here. I think a Metaverse is one of the teams who has taken or who is exploiting the FPP as well, because we've seen that from Isolated earlier.
And what the players of 13 Academy and Block on the way back into the matchup. They want a third party, the players of PV, and they do exactly that. Tom Peeves, great backstab with the Jack. Amethyst Esports right in front of them as well. So the approach coming through from 13 Academy needs to be absolutely solid. They cannot afford a single mistake in here. Lind just keeping a line towards the back for a little bit of backup later on if required. And the players of Amethyst Esports, they will continue moving away from this battle, but get caught right in front of the Four Kings. Right now, one more shot would have been able to put Watts down onto the ground, and Alatsky moving on in for the exact same takedown. Rosa a little bit too far away, but Watts now baiting out Alatsky as well as his team member. And as the players of Four Kings go in for the final shot down, Watts will get caught out, but he is inside of the water right behind the boat, and he is obscured. Nobody from the side of Four Kings managed to spot him out. Rosa, on the other hand, gets taken down very quickly as he tries to circle around the players of Four Kings. The play of distraction not on his side, and now Watts right under the boat. How long can he hold his breath? This guy is about to run out of oxygen.
Yeah, what's in there was able to hide out under the boat, but Latsky is still on the hunt and looking for the enemy. I mean, they've taken down the Rosa and is on the hunt on the other members. And they know or they've seen how aggressive AMB has been from the previous match of the FPP, and they want to take advantage of the takedown that they have made already. But apart from that, they also have one team of PVV on their side, and a very difficult position for them because they will be pinched. When we were pointing out earlier that they are going into the team versus team to be able to take advantage of FPV mode, this will not be the case. Oh, Alaska in there just backing out just in time to avoid PVV's wrath.
Yeah, smart play now. And Team Vici will have to face the Four Kings who come in here for an aggressive push. Once again, this is their map. They love playing Blackout and they love giving that black eye to any team that they see out there. But today has been a little bit of a different approach as the team of Four Kings have struggled on Blackout. And it is this team that has managed to grab that victory. But this time the Four Kings, they will shut down the players of Vici one after the other to make sure they do not stand a chance to grab yet another victory on a map that belongs to the Four Kings. Sekre and Dre, two more players left in the mix, and it will only be one now. Sekre, can he survive? Can he get away from the onslaught of the Four Kings? He does exactly that, but Fright is on the chase. He is right behind him. Sekre might get caught out now, but very smartly holds the very edge of this river as he continues moving forward. And it is going to be the snowboard play from both of these players. If Sekre loses his life, if Fright gets this kill, it's game over for VG at the very least in this round. And it is that opportunity for the Four Kings to pull that victory right back. Great positioning by Sekre as he tries to catch Fright out, who does not fall for that cheap trick. Sekre repositions inside of the water, and he goes in for a swim, and he will gulp down as much as possible as he dives down to avoid all of those shots from Fright. Amazing play by Sekre, but he's running out of space here, Neptune.
He's about to go up, and we'll have to find out how Fright will be able to gun him down. Now, there goes a switch from the other side, and with only a piece of land to go through to get into the safe zone. A smart move coming from Sekre right here, but this time 4K is in a rut, going against Armament right now from the far side, and they have lost Fright because of that chase that's happening. But Armament right here will be backing off because they don't want to be caught out in the open. We know how Blackout has been a fast map with a lot of sniper capabilities from this team, so taking the high ground is a smart move for this team right now to have a good vantage point against the enemies who are surrounding them.
the play from Sekre earlier on in terms of defensive positioning as well as avoidance of engagement needs to be an example that everybody learns from. I mean, that was just a brilliant play from the player as he backed away, played the defense, tried to turn things around against his opponent, consistently watching him, always making sure that he's a couple of steps ahead, and then jumps into the water. Not only does he swim around in the water, which is the worst mistake anyone can make when they land in that body of water, but instead he dives down deep. He dives down so deep that the bullets just could not reach him. And now 13 Academy, they catch out the players of Amateurs Esports off screen. But Sekre, his play is still one of the best of the day.
Definitely the great escape coming from Sekre. Will that be the case for anyone from this map? So far, we have 40 members remaining with 12 teams in play, and only 4 has been taken down. Now, it is a little bit too slow so far because we've seen how much tactics is needed for this game on an FPP mode, but we'll have to find out who will aggress in this game. Most Wanted Vindico had good capability for a snipe, especially as they have the high ground. Boyet has been spotted, and there goes the spotted. There goes the spotted class. Washu right now with the spray against Groucho, and Ken will be following it, but no takedown just yet, AJ.
Yeah, Mashu just taking on 2 players at the very same time, as if this is exactly what he eats up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sexy now gets shut down, knocked down onto the ground, but there can be a recovery play coming through here from the squad. Mashu repositions along the rest of the players of Most Wanted Vindico, and they will spot out Syntax Error right in front of them. But they have to be careful because here comes Armament from the back as well for the backstab, and the players of Most Wanted Vindico are going to be sandwiched between 2 supreme teams. Syntax Error, they take the shot one after the other, and NDD from afar, they play the pressure on to the players of Existence, and in the front of them it will be just Existence out. The Amateurs Esports players towards the right do not take advantage, as it is a brilliant response from KKPG to knock Flipix down onto the ground. But Flipix will be taken out of the equation as well, as no pickup comes through from the side of NDD Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. We have 3 members remaining for the side of NDG, and they need to move up. They need to step up a little bit because they are being left behind under the scores, but it will not be easy for them. Existence right now, the aggressiveness that we are seeing for this team going against a lot of the top teams that we have called out earlier, Existence might be in their move their move to take another top spot in this game. They are getting the distance from the rest of the teams with a sniper already in play. KKPG, we've seen him with a sniper, we've seen him with the vehicle gameplay. This guy is one from the best members of Existence Valhalla right now, and we'll have to see how well will he be able to outplay this. But there goes backstab right now coming from this is ABC Mystic right now, who has been moving up in this game and also trying to survive with the tactics that they have studied from yesterday's downfall.
This map might just be the nest of snipers, but each and every single sniper needs to have a player watching his back. As you guys could see earlier on, KKPG almost got taken out of the equation by ABC Mystic, as their players just tried to prey on him when he was so busy trying to spot other players through his crosshair. Hades will be able to catch Alatsky, but Fright comes in for the response. Hades down onto the ground. Fright takes advantage. Tokyo with the shutdown onto Juswa as well. And look at their Syntax Error. They have to face off against all 3 players on the side of 4 Kings. Kyun with the very, very long rotation around the circle. And his flank is just not going to be possible as Syntax Error disengages from the battle. Kyun outside of the safe zone needs to hop on inside and manages to make it through at the very, very final moment. And the 4 Kings without Alatsky, how far can they continue to push?
How far indeed. But we have 13 Academy also going in on this approach against the ABC Mystic. They are also on the right of 4K right now, but is targeting Aramen from the far side. So a lot of enemies, a lot of teams surrounding 13 Academy right now, and they are getting too close to each other. The snipers has not been utilized as much. No takedown, not much of takedown, AJ, from the snipers so far, and this will be very difficult because they will be switching to their secondary because they are getting close to this fight. And Instinct right now, together with Tom Beeves with a Jack, will be able to go in for that kill. The Armament getting back against Kyun, and this is a lot of teams. 13 Academy, Most Wanted, as well as ABC Mystic in the mix. Who will survive this?
Yeah, man, and that's just all out smokes in terms of play from the side of ABC Mystic, but the 13 Academy just shuts them down through all of those blind shots. Spray and pray. That's exactly what the old people used to call it, and God most definitely answered their prayers. And 13 Academy, they will continue their pressure on all of the other players as they now hold on to quite an advantageous defensive position. Gyro, backstab, instinct here, can get that for himself and does exactly that. Boye from afar manages to get the knock onto Raw. Amethyst Esports gonna struggle just a little bit. Armament on the other hand, from outside of the zone, Krex with a little bit of a cheeky shot, but very quickly manages to hop on right back into play, and he will be safe for the time being. Just one boulder between Krex as well as all of the other players, and look at that, man. 13 Academy still surviving, and not only do they survive, they're dominating the platform. They are dominating the battlefield out there.
Glad in there taking down Existence, KKPG, and Tom Peeps will be taken down by the hands of Boyet. Now, Krex is going in for the pickup, and they need to do it quickly because a lot of members right here from 13 Academy will be gunning them down, and Krex is in there going in for the chase against Grim. The rotation of the teams are really getting grim right now, but the Existence, the movement in there of the pump has not been very useful for the side of those teams because a lot of movement needs to be in play, especially with the limited visibility of the FPP. It is very difficult to find a best landing spot on this mode.
And let's see exactly what Boye has in here for us as Lint just tries to play the game of runaway and not give them that final kill point. 13 Academy sacrifice themselves as Armament Rodzina manages to pull through their first victory of the competition.
Another team from the second half of our list right now taking the win, and I'm pretty sure this will move them up onto the leaderboard. Same as what happened from Syntax Error from their win yesterday. And a lot of changes, a lot of movement is in play because from the second half of the list from earlier, the overall standing that we've seen, there's only a few lead that will be able to bring them onto a halfway point on the top 8 of our scene. Thus, it is very crucial for them to take the placement as well as the kills that like what we've seen earlier from Armament Rodzina.
Absolutely, man. Let's take a quick look at the post-game breakdown here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Armament Rodzina manages to grab that number 1 spot alongside 11 kills, 21 points from their performance in this round, and a majority of those kills from the side of Boye, as you can see. Breakout performance coming through from him here. But, I mean, hats off, bro. Hats off to 13 Academy. Talk about consistency when you need it out there on the battlefield. And earlier on, we saw only 4 kills come through for this squad. But this time around, 13 Academy puts on the hurt and all of those players out there. 18 points from the kills alone. And they are clearly going to take over that number 1 spot from Armament. No doubt whatsoever. PB Esports main, they managed to muster up a little bit of courage to get into that final zone and grab the 3rd spot for themselves, but only a single kill will continue to be the problem for the side of PB Esports as they would try to find the top spots for themselves. Existence, on the other hand, alongside 7 kills, manages to move on and slide into that 4th spot. Good on them. It was quite the heated battle out there on the battlefield, but Existence Valhalla, very slowly, little by little, they are catching up in terms of gameplay with all of the other squads out there. NDD, surprising performance this time around. The 5th placement alongside 2 kills, and 2 kills for the side of Amethyst Esports as well. We look for consistency. Amethyst Esports showed us 1 breakout round, but the consistency in terms of performance from Narosa is still not detected just yet. And with the 6th placement alongside 2 kills only, they will continue to struggle in here. But look at your 4 Kings, man. I mean, I'm sorry, most wanted as well as ABC Mystic. But 4 Kings sitting on the 9th spot here, Neptune, managing to get a total of 10 kills for themselves. Once again, although they bomb out early, they try to make sure that teams like Vici as well as 13 Academy will not be able to run away too far or catch up with them.
Yeah, I mean, it's most of a best approach that they can do at this point because 4 Kings, and then we know the capacity of this team to go in on blackout as well as the FPP. And they are taking advantage of that, as well as how slow the response of other teams switching to this perspective. So they are getting a lot of kills, but as passive as other teams get, the closer or the smaller the zone gets as well, it's it's getting very difficult for them to get a good placement point, thus taking advantage of the kills that they can get from this game to be able to bring them up to the level that they need to, as not to be pushed down from the level, from the rankings that they have right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, at the very bottom, you can see a couple of VVV names here, and you have only one team to thank for that, right? I mean, you guys saw all of the battles breaking out on the battlefield earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and the very first one to fall victim here is the one and only Team VD, as they got taken out in the 14th spot. And then later on, it is Team Vici. Vici, who performs amazing usually on those isolated maps. This time around, you know, they had a little bit of a struggle on Blackout. I mean, that's not too different from their usual struggles on Blackout, but bombing out in the 14th spot is just not, sorry, bombing out in the 12th spot is just not like Vici at all.
Yeah, I mean, it is also with the help of NRX69, they got a lot of kills from that engagement. And then that also, though they have been taken down by VD at that point, or was it Vici or VD? Well, that will be
VD first and then Vici.
VD and then Vici. So being taken down at that point, NRX69 is still getting back on their feet with the kills that they have done. But so far, having two teams to go against them, that's the only thing that went wrong at that point. But with their performance, with the kills in there going against a VD, that is a good start for them to come back and try to recover their spot on the top, or go in and steady themselves on their way to the top 8 to be able to jump on the grand finals.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, there was this takedown, a highlight reel coming through from Sekre as he tried to avoid Fright. And as they turned around, we are not going to show that highlight. All right, production. Alibaba clan, they survived for quite a while out there. But 13 Academy, man, once again, the positioning, the engagements, everything was stellar. And at this point, I expected the ABC Mystic squad to shut down the whole of the 13 Academy, because they got that place smoked out already. The 13 Academy, man, there's no chill in this squad. They just sprayed through all of that smoke. And as you can see, the moment they find that hit mark, they just continue to spray down that exact same position, because smoke or not, obviously that's going to be the detector on whether or not there's any players right behind that wall of smoke. And they just played the situation out a little bit better. And on the other hand, if you look at ABC Mystic, what those players tried to do was, since there's smoke around, instead of spraying through the smoke, they decided to go for the prone. And therefore, they were not responding at all to 13 Academy. Easy takedown for 13. And of course, the players we expected to step up, once again, ABC Mystic this time around, just couldn't make it through to the podium finish.
And also, if you saw how they started the approach on that, we have a one from above who didn't jump in onto the smoke, a two from the left, as well as a one going in on the cross beneath the bridge. That is a good positioning for the side of 13 Academy. And that's what I'm talking about, the consistency of 13 Academy. They approach it tactically and cautiously. Cautiously, not really passive, but cautiously in a way that we have to get in position, a good position first before we go in for the rush. And that's what happened. And that is history from what you mentioned. The spray and pray that has been done has been in there, and making them taking down ABC Mystic from that point. But this time we have a win coming from Armament Rosina. This is round number 4 out of 6 games, and that is the second blackout map that we've seen, as well as the second FPP map or game that we've seen so far, AJ. And so far, Armament Rosina will be able to catapult themselves up on leaderboard with additional 10 points to their name.
Yeah, absolutely, man. 21 points overall for the side of Armament Rosina, because of the 9 kills out of Boye as well as 2 from Groucho, will make sure they still are alive in this particular battle, in this particular argument against all of these other teams as to who's the best one, who can make it through to the grand finals. Only 8 out of the 16 teams will be surviving the semifinals of Group A. But of course, as all of these teams go out there to continuously prove themselves, it's not just about those engagements. It's not just about those flair in terms of quick scopes, in terms of snipes. from across the field. It's also mainly about positioning, because very early on, we were seeing a few of those teams, especially teams like NRX 69, kind of bomb out a little bit too early. But this time, their breakout round against the VVV squads kind of shows us that they're still hungry in there for the engagement. Even though early, they can still win out their gunfight. So let's see if or not they can make it through to those finals circles as well, with the exact same kind of dominance. But for all of you, you guys were wishing for exactly this, and this is what you shall receive. The rare wish crate. Please do take a quick screenshot and get it redeemed during the break we take later on.
Yeah, make sure that you redeem that in there and make it quick, because this is limited. And again, this has been showing for several instances already. So just, make sure that you wait and stay with us from start to finish to have the capacity or to have the opportunity to grab this wish crate. And that is from us to you. But there you have it. We have round number 4 already over for this game, and we are going back for 2 more matches. But me and AJ will be back after a break, so don't go away.
Welcome to the semifinals, day 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for Group A, down here at the Garena Survivors, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We are enjoying all of the battles out there on the battlefield, but not really enjoying some of the toxic comments in the comment section. So we would really like it if you guys could perhaps be a little bit kinder to each other with your words. Because at the end of the day, regardless of who wins out there, we enjoy the show.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's more of this tournament is not just a move to show who's the best, but also a chance to meet each other in the community. And the
Yeah.
comment section is a great chance for you to meet friends. If you have lost a duo in there, you can find someone in there on the comment section. So make sure that you make friends, not enemies, because
Yeah.
they might be the ones gunning you down later on.
Amen, sir. Always make love, not war, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But I do disagree with Neptune just a little bit. Yes, the teams are out there to prove that one of them is the very best. We will hype them up. You do not have to worry. But you know, your words, your typing skills on either your mobile phone or keyboard is not going to help the team do any better. And as a matter of fact, Neptune, it kind of sours the wins for some of these really good teams out there. See, I'll give you an
Mhm.
example, right? I'm not going to mention any names whatsoever. Let's say Team A has got the capability of grabbing a few wins, and they go out there and they do exactly that, right? But they struggle in the competition just a little bit. But then here comes their toxic fans saying that they are the greatest. And finally, when the team manages to get a victory, that victory seems to be dimmed down because there's so much of hate being thrown back right towards the team. But the team did great out there on the battlefield. But it's the fans out there in the chat that are kind of dragging the team down. So, guys, when you support your team out there with so much of passion, but when you're mean to others, you're not doing your team a very big favor. You're making them all get a lot of hate, which kind of is counterproductive if you are a real fan of the brand. But anyway, moving on to the program, let's take a quick look at the leaderboards and see who seems to be dominating up there. Still, it is going to be the Four Kings who managed to rip away the number one spot. What in the world? And this can all be said thanks to the team of NRX69 who managed to shut down Vici in the previous round so early on. And a difference of 5 points between Four Kings as well as VVV Esports. Vici now makes sure they get the second spot instead of first. NRX69 might have to watch their backs right after that maneuver here, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's Four Kings right now who was able to take a lead in here. But let us also point out, but the next map will, we just ended up a blackout in there, but the next map will still be blackout. So it's still a great opportunity for Four Kings to be able to increase that lead in there against Vici. The Third Academy has remained consistent in there, reaching or getting past the 100 spot, but apart from them, the rest still stay below 100 spot. But to take note, those important points, or those points are important, but the important part of the semifinals is to be able to cross the top 8 spot. And this time, as what we mentioned, Armament Rosina in there being catapulted by the win that they got, they have to step in there on number 8, getting past teams like Syntax Error and NRX69, who has been gunning for that position as well.
Yep. Shout out to Existence Valhalla for continuously aiding the other teams to push down VD as well as Vinny a little bit further so that Vici can stand out as the supreme side of the VVV Esports clan. But overall, as long as VD as Vinny maintain their top 8 performance, they are still going to be making it through to the grand finals, which is a huge statement from the brand. And as we look at to the right-hand side of the leaderboards, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you will notice that ABC Mystic has dropped a couple of positions in here, but they're not too far from climbing right back up. Yet another single breakout round can be the difference maker for a team that seems to kind of hit it hot and cold, right? Because being able to grab the victory from the Battle Royale versus not really being able to even finish in the top 10 in terms of placements is going to be hurting you. But ABC Mystic, they have shown us that they can continuously improve and continuously step up the aggression from their side. But, you know, it just feels like they ramped it up real quickly and then dwindled down. If anything, they have to take a page out of 13 Academy's book, where consistency will make sure you continue to reign at the very top.
Yeah, definitely. And for those of you, I saw a comment in there asking that there are teams who are only getting a few wins. Why do they have the placement points? Because just to break it down once again, on the first they will be getting 10 points. Now, following that will go down with 6, so it's 4 points below, and then it goes down up until 8. So for those teams who are trying to catch up onto the points right now, second and third will be a good spot for them, considering that they will be able to back it up with the kills that they have. And we've seen that from the scene of ABC Mystic, and I think they'll be able to bring it back later on. But going back into the game once again, into Blackout map, and this is on a TPP mode, and we'll have to see how well will this work out for the teams who are chasing their place on the top 8.
And of course, the flight path this time around from estates all the way down towards factory, you will be able to spot out your high tier loot zones as well. And the curious case here is, once again, it will be the 3 players from the side of Four Kings that heads on into Hydro Dam, which means one little Alatsky is going to head in for the chopper. And just like we called it out, it seems to be the case where he's no longer going in for the turbine chopper. But I don't know whether or not that was because we gave that advice or because he sees that that chopper is a little bit closer this time round rather than traveling all the way out to turbine. But his chopper gets stolen, and PV Esports mate had the exact same idea. GG, WP, PV.
And there you have it. I mean, tactics is well-rounded because it has worked out so clearly, but it has been failing in so many points. But this time, CB1 was able to take down a Groucho from Armin Rodzina, the winner of the previous round. So this will be a big knockdown for them and a chance for CB1 to take away the spot from Armament. And here comes Correx right now being gunned down, and Momart not slowing down. And there goes the Mac 10 finish, and as well as taking 2 members from this team of Armament. Now, CB1 has an opportunity to secure Turbine and get as much loot as they can, because there's no pushing for the side of Armament right now, because the 2 down already for their team. All they have to do is back down and regroup.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And shout out to the viewers who were very open to taking the feedback that Neptune and I had. And thank you so much, guys, for reducing the toxicity. The chat segment just looks so much better to pay attention to as we're shoutcasting out here, right? You guys know that, all of your comments fuels us shoutcasters as well. So keep it clean, keep it awesome, and continue being amazing as you are, community. And of course, the team of Venny from the side of VVV will be looking to be as awesome as they were in day number 1, because they desperately need to climb right back up this leaderboard. They are slowly falling away, but as long as they can make sure they maintain the top 8, they should be all good. We hop on over to Team VD as well, with Joel, Kaiser, White, as well as Ciora. Their performance in the competition in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is quite amazing, if you ask me. I mean, apart from Vici, who's super, super crazy good, Venny as well as VD have been able to stay close to each other on the leaderboards overall through their consistent plays. But once again, they are slowly slipping in terms of dominance.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's just because some of the teams has already made the adjustment and catching up, or actually most of the time wherein one of the VVV sports team are failing is because they're going against another team of their brand. And then, well, you get the picture. Yeah. Once one team has been taken down, then there's a chance for them to really move up, because we've known how great the gameplay of this team is. Thus, they are still consistently in the top 8. Now, going back into the mix, PV right now is still maintaining their move onto this, but nope, they will be taken down with that FHJ, and they had to let go the chopper. The question is, who is gunning them down?
And of course, the players of PV Esports now very slowly moving on in. I wonder exactly how far are they going to be able to push this, because for the time being, it seems like their compound is all clear. A couple of dog tags towards the right-hand side there, as you guys can see, and they are not going to be too phased with that situation at all. 0 kills in hand so far. CB1 engaging with the players of Armament, and that's going to be something that we have to catch up with a little bit later on. But Syntax Error Gurkas, I'm expecting them to step it up this time around, man. I mean, because there's been so much of potential from the team. They seem to be finding that final zone, but in terms of picking up the kills, that's exactly where, they can continue to buff themselves up, because placement has always been a problem for the side of Syntax Errors. So they have to focus on what they're truly good at, getting those kills for themselves.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we've seen how well Syntax Error go in on the team versus team on this fight, and going into Blackout, they also get good position from the ST, going in from above of everyone else, similar to what the Four Kings are doing on the right-hand side of the map. They are coming in from the left-hand side of the map, and as they move along, it's very likely or very unlikely for them to go against a team that much. So they're also prepared already for the fight, thus slowly moving in onto the next safe zone, giving them more chance to get those skills. But the length of travel that they need to go through is so long that they're having difficulty to survive so much as they go in onto the final stretch.
And let's see what the players will be able to stretch out truly here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As 13 Academy now very quickly makes a play for that green airdrop, and you know exactly what the aim is there. Not for the Mythic Arctic 50, but it will be for those golden mods that will be making the biggest of differences in those engagements out there on the battlefield. But of course, the pink airdrop needs to be an aim as well. The guns out of the gunsmith will continue to prove invaluable out there as those players bring in their modded guns to all of those gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, in the Third Academy, we've seen how slow they approach fight. They chooses their fight. They don't really go that much on aggressive unless put in the pinch. But most of the time, if they have been in there in the pinch against several teams, they survive, but losing one or two of their members. So they need to be more careful against like aggressive team to the name of Four Kings, as well as a Metaverse from what we've seen earlier. Now going in here, the chopper run in there from one of the BBB esports, but here comes a Metaverse right now. The Rosa on the right, trying to chase down or look for the enemy, and hopefully we'll see more battle from this team.
And the Rosa alongside Elves, quick drive-by is what they're looking for, but no players out in the open to catch out 13 Academy. They just drove by right past them, and BB Esports main goes in for the engagement instead. It's gonna be PB Esports taking on 13 Academy, and as quickly as they can, they try to disengage. Abu right in front, and he stops at the worst possible moment, but thankfully Glad does not get that shot, and now all smoked out. The players of PB Esports will be able to find a better safe zone for themselves, a better home ground to play the defense on, because taking the fight out in the open, all scrambled out like this, will just give that unfair advantage to 13 Academy. Great plays coming through, and 13 Academy, they do not aggress on fourth, playing this as carefully as possible, holding on to the high ground in comparison to PB Esports.
Looking at the map right now, it is going in the middle of our map, and half of it is in the waters. So we'll have to see how well will they play this out. A lot of teams is down here in the south, but going in for the chase, we have NRX69 right now go in against NDD, and NDD Action is slowly going down. Now Remy right now is in here with FHJ in hand. Hearing all those vehicles out there is a smart gameplay for them to use the FHJ to slow, or if not, take down all vehicles, for them not to be distracted and for them to be able to focus on the footsteps of the enemy. But they will be slowing down right now as they look into a Metaverse as well as PvP on the other side of this hill.
Mad Gunners Esports seems to be having a tough time going up against their opponents in here, but BBB Duda on the other hand, NRX69 shut down. 13 Academy will spot the players of Four Kings, and the Four Kings now taking on 13 Academy. This is a huge fight between these two teams, and as the smoke gets popped, there will be a boulder in front of Glad that keeps him a little safe, but the Trap Master on the side of Four Kings manages to catch him, and Tokyo takes advantage of that trap that was sprung. Glad gets taken out of the equation, and Four Kings, they show the players of 13 Academy that they cannot be underestimated.
Is this the return of the Kings right now on the Blackout map? We have a 13 Academy being pushed out of their usual placement. And we have a Tokyo in there as well, but FHA gameplay now going in on the other side. We have a Watts right now going and looting up this play. How well will they be able to make this out, as they need to catch up on the points? So far, 2 kills already on their end, and 1 more member for the BBB brand that they need to gun down to be able to take out out this whole team. But they are staying on the edge of the safe zone, being safe so far to make sure that they have a good placement point later on.
Tokyo trying to help his team member out. Instinct very quickly engages and disengages, making sure Tokyo just wastes all of his bullet. And now Tom Pete steps on front to take advantage of that reload, but Tokyo manages to spray it right back down, and it will be the MAC-10 supremacy at the end of the day. Tokyo, on the other hand, he loses all of that armor that he has on himself, and 13 Academy, in the name of Lin, he continues to play that pressure on them. Alatski can turn things around, but he backs away at the very final moment. Lin gets knocked down by Bertogo as the players of Syntax Era join the fray.
And here comes Syntax Error right now, who might be going against the 4 Kings, but Kyun will be backing out the same as Tokyo, but not for the side of Alasky. We know how the information gameplay goes for Alasky, and he is doing it very well. Will he be able to survive? There goes the shot, and Alasky right now pulling out just in time because a lot of members of Syntax Error is on him, and that is what we love about Alasky. Even if he is in their state being solo, he is not backing down that easily. He wants to get the information of how many are they going against just in case they will be coming back, and then the rest of the teams will be saved as well, giving them a chance just in case Alasky will be put down.
Let's see if not players of Syntax can continue playing all of this pressure. 1 kill in here so far, but they were getting quite a number of gunfights earlier on. Hasn't been able to make any of those engagements materialize in kill points. Going right in front, the 4 Kings still stalking out all of those players from the side of Syntax Era. Most Wanted, on the other hand, will be continuously pushing forth, and Most Wanted Vindico spotting out the players of NDD is going to be a possibility right over this cliff here. 4 of those players, I have to say, have been spotted out, but just a little bit too far for Ives to take any sort of advantage of this situation. And now open ground being held on here by Most Wanted Vindico. One of the worst things that you can do out here at Blackout.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the snipers that has been being used by a lot of the members of the teams, this is a chance for them to really get a good position and not to be out in the open. But that will be very difficult because as we look at the minimap right now, it is in a edge of between the hijack as well as this huge land area. And this is the only place where Most Wanted can get a good footing of their situation, and also a chance for them to gatekeep anyone going into the place. Now VVV right now is also onto the way onto this area, and with 15 teams still remaining, this will be a lot of teams being squished into one small circle, AJ.
Helps very slowly from the side of Amethyst right now. Catches out Sato. Sato tries to reposition, but there will be the backup from Ainra and VVV. They managed to engage as well as quickly make quick work of the players of Amethyst Esports that came in there for the aggressive push. But now out in the open, a quick smoke for the side of Amethyst to pick their team member right back up, courtesy of Raw. And the players of VVVG will not be able to take advantage through all of that smoke, but they take the blind shots anyway, trying to get lucky. Sato was the one who got caught out earlier on, but if it was not for the backup from Ainra, we will be seeing only 3 players on the side of VVV here. But of course, Vici, they continue to reposition, not wanting to wait and see what the players of Amethyst Esports have for them.
Yeah, VG right now is in a good position as well. Similar to what we pointed out earlier, they need to get first into the area, but with a low ground on this beach, it's very difficult to get a good position to go against those coming in from above. And hopefully, they will be able to secure probably that corner wherein a different team might have already taken play, but we'll have to see how the rotations of the others as well is being done. Now, we have Most Wanted right now getting back up after their rotation that they did, the flank that they did, getting close to this area of the construction site. But PvE Sports has already gotten this position on the high ground, thus good visibility and the Most Wanted, but the trigger discipline coming from them, not revealing the position from the other teams surrounding them.
Alatsky, big possibility. Oh, but the trap played by Doom catches Alatsky off guard. And Alatsky, he wanted to go in there for the push, for the pressure, the backstab take onto Doom, but had to reposition, all thanks to the trap laid out by Doom earlier on. And now PvE Sports, like you said earlier on, gentlemen, they go on up top to secure the roof for themselves. And Alatsky, the one guy who can make the biggest difference here, to pressure the players of PV, but cannot afford a mistake as the rest of his players just a little bit too far. But Alatsky brings out that snowboard, quickly repositions very slowly now. Vici closing in the position as well as Vici goes in for the engagement. Tokyo shuts down Sato, and this is gonna be that re-engagement coming through from the Four Kings against Team Vici.
BG right now is in play and Four Kings is gunning them down, but they will be backing off. But apart from that, a lot of teams has already surrounding them. They have left down PV Sports on the other side, and trap has been triggered for the side of Sekre. So Sekre, knowing the IQ gameplay that he can put into, he knows already the position of Four Kings right now, and he will just be waiting, relaying that information for the rest of the teams, and also getting ready to pounce. But we have a one in here from the side of the 4Ks who will be coming back from the fight, and four-man member in here is ready to play. Nico Golf will be taken down with FHA gameplay and will be followed up with the Mac 10, and Nico Golf will not be driving by anymore. He should learn his lesson because this is 4K, not backing down how fast you can go. It's a no-no for you.
Yeah, but can we talk about the speed of that lock-on onto that vehicle? I mean, like that was an insane amount of speed, and yet again Tokyo goes to strike. That FHJ will not provide any one of those kills this time around, but it is a good way to start the engagement. And as you can see on top of that minimap, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, way too many players in this very small area. And Amethyst Esports, they take on the Four Kings shot after shot, and now it will be Narosa who pops the smoke bomb as well to block off the side of the Four Kings. But right behind them, they will spot out yet another team on the side of VVV. This is Team VD, and they have got the height advantage against the players of Amethyst.
And Narosa right now gunning down the Zorak, and there goes Zorak for the hands of Ral. And we have one more from the team of VVV who was gliding in there and will not be able to get back up. Now, Metaverse right now, knowing that they are in the lower ground, they have a low ground disadvantage. They are still in play, not backing down right now as Narosa is going for the flank and probably a backstab. But I think the rest of VVV has already went away because of how the safe zone will be coming in here on the next spot. So they need to make it safe right now because so far it's half open area and half high ground, and this time Metaverse is in low ground. Now this on this area of BBV, they are in high ground, opportunity for them to gun them down. But if you look at the position, AJ, this is a huge cliff, and this will make it more interesting.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. But of course, a highlight here is the fact that ABC Mystics still alive and kicking this time round, but they want to take out the players of Team D first. This is the one and only Team Vinny from the side of VVV. The Four Kings very slowly hopping on over to see if they can tease that airdrop, and that is exactly what will happen. Bomb after bomb. A spotter calls out a strike at the airdrop, and I'm quite curious as to who was that, because the players on the side of Four Kings, none of them got taken down, so we don't get to spot out exactly who called that fault, but it was a great play.
Yes, indeed, it's a great play for them to be able to at least hit a one, but that didn't happen really. We have a syntax error right now, gunning down most wanted Vindito, and Story is the only one remaining, and Story is out there stuck in the corner, out in the waters, and there goes Aaron, not backing down. One kill for him, but making it a total for I'm not quite sure how many totals is there. We switch already to a Metaverse right now with 10 kills already. They are on top of Four Kings, a chance for them to go in for the pound, but Tokyo has information on them, so we'll see how Four Kings will be able to get away from this pinch right now.
Rogue on the side of Mystic, he is your ninja, but he's trying to get up to a better ground here, because if that circle starts moving, one of the first teams to lose their lives will be the team of ABC Mystic, because they are just towards the side of that circle and not really in the center of it. But as you can see, Amethyst Raw spotting out the players of Four King, and he makes one mistake in terms of positioning. Right, taken down with a great grenade out of Prime, and ABC Mystic still goes in to grab the victory for themselves. Amethyst Esports alive and time kicking. Paul inside of that smoke will finally get saved. And Duda finds the players of Mythic. And Mystic will get taken down one after the other. Kira gets taken out by the zone. And Watts gets the double nade onto Paul as well as Ad. It is the God nade out of players of Amethyst Esports. Duda now flies right out of the zone but gets knocked down by the safe zone. Hades down onto the ground. Jew takes himself out. This is just a chaos ensuing out there on the battlefield as the circle forces these engagements, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. And this time we have 4 teams remaining, and we have a Metaverse on top of everyone. They have 15 kills already to their name. Malmark is the next one to be gunned down, and there goes Malmark dying out of the safe zone. A missed opportunity for the points in here. Jelop is the next from ABC Mystic, and here comes Rosa slowly moving in, knowing the position already. The backstab is on, and there goes a hit. The Rosa for the kill. It's now down to 2, but Jeswo will not giving out the point, and there goes the push, but no, De Rosa will not let that go.
He doesn't let that go, and he also doesn't let the fact go that he was not the leader of kills earlier on. And De Rosa managing to make a stellar comeback this time round for his performance, and they grab that #1 spot. Amethyst Esports, yesterday was a day where they truly bombed out. Today was a day where they started off quite shaky as well. First 2 rounds, they couldn't find much at all from the games. But right after that, it was the start of that 3rd round where we saw them jump right back into the fray, grab that #1 spot. And now in round 5, they strike yet again, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is round number 5 of the game. They bombed out, but this time they are the bomb. And we'll have to see how well AMV right now in Metaverse will be going in onto the fight. But let's check out the post-game breakdown after that match. And Rosa right now taking lead on to the kills department for the team. 11 kills just for himself, adding up the 6 for the team. That is a total of 17 plus the 10 points to 27 already for a Metaverse right here. A huge move up on the leaderboards that will be brought in by just this round. But following them, that will be VVV right here from team number 4. This is VVV Venny in here, showing up with a total of 7 kills to their team, as well as going back into play is Alibaba Clan ABC Mystic right here with a total of 11 kills to their name. Not too bad, really. Third place plus 11 kills. That is a lot of points for this team, and they will be able to get back into play on the top 8.
Oh yeah, today's an amazing day as far as ABC Mystic is concerned because of how much they've been able to do out there on the battlefield, right? Like you said, Neptune, 11 kills plus the 3rd spot this time round on a day that they have truly been able to redeem themselves is truly good for the side of ABC Mystic. But of course, moving on, it is CB1 that grabs that 4th spot alongside 5 kills, and a very impressive victory here for the side of Syntax Error in terms of performance, as they do manage to grab onto the 5th spot, but the kills is where they excel. A total of 11 kills down there at that 5th position. NDD, not as great. They only managed to pull away 2 kills at that 6th spot. But the 4 Kings, the Kings that were in that #1 position earlier on, all they could pull away this time round was a number of kills that I could not calculate before the screen moved.
I think that was 9 in there, two of which from the 4 Kings didn't get kills, and that is 4 and 5 from. I wasn't able to catch which one, but still, they have been consistent enough earlier into this game, and has been dwindling down into this day. Actually, I would say all throughout the day, because they haven't been the top team that we have been hyping from yesterday. So I'm curious as to what happened, or is this intentional, AJ?
And I swear, I don't know, man. I mean, one would expect that to be an intentional move coming through from them. But, anything happens out there, man. It was just all-out chaos when it reached to this particular part of the game already. And that's not something that you expect. I mean, this is Blackout, my friend. Blackout has got so much of space on it. But yet the circles are just so weird because they keep pushing everyone into such a tiny spot all the time. And the layout of Blackout. You've got so much of these hills and ridges to work with alongside those open lands. which makes it a perfect playground for those snipers. But those snipers weren't really the ones who could excel this time around as well, because the players are starting to catch up with those plays, and the smoke is finally being utilized to its fullest potential out there on the battlefield. And that has been truly the biggest game changer. In the past, the probability of the smokes being used were just so few. We didn't really see the tactics out of these players. We didn't really see the defensive plays. But this time round, we see them consistently round after round, Neptune.
Yeah, and that's what we love to see from the teams. There are some mistakes being done for the first few rounds or first few days of the tournaments, and as they go along, they make those adjustments, evolving as a team, making their way in there, as we've seen. A metaverse from how they were placed from yesterday, and how I'm hoping it's not just with the presence of Nerosa, but also with what the other members has learned and has applied already from the study that they made yesterday, has been evolving all throughout. So I'm really excited after this day on how they will change up their tactics from the next day. But focusing here on game number 5, ABC Mystic earlier, they went into the lower ground, and I think that is a safe play until such time that the safe zone moved up back on top. That made them in a very difficult position, being gunned down. Metaverse, on the other hand, was just hanging in there onto the side, still have an opportunity to climb up, and thus they have a big advantage in there, also bringing them on the winner spot for this round number 5.
Yeah, amazing stuff, man. Amethyst Esports, they proved themselves out here today after not really showing up yesterday in that play day. And has it been enough of an effort to put them right back into the, as a favorite to perhaps move on to the grand finals? It most definitely does, because the consistency that we could not pull out of them yesterday seems to be pretty easy on display today. But a quick shout out to the audience once again in the comment section. Now, Neptune, we've got a war between the moderator on Facebook as well as the community. Everybody's challenging the moderator. Mute me, mute me. You are going to be lucky if the moderator doesn't ban you from this stream, okay? Because it's a GGWP, bro. Because instead of getting mute, if you get banned, then bye-bye, my friend. It has been nice knowing you.
Yeah, I mean, I know esports tournament just like this brings out the competitiveness of everyone, but don't go against everyone. I mean, I know AJ and I was able to give out that comment not to be toxic and all, but the moderators, I would say salute to the moderators right now. But before we go there, we have the rare wish crate once again in here just below AJ, and make sure you grab that. But going back to the moderators, salute to them because they are in there working as everyone else is enjoying watching the show. And
I know, right?
What more can you do for the community?
Yeah, can you pity the moderators, guys? I mean, like, they want to watch the match as well, but here they have to go and be your babysitter in the comment section. How mean of you guys. Oh, my goodness me. I'm so glad I'm not a moderator, man. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we continue with the meanness in the comment section from some sectors in here, as well as some dominance out there on the battlefield, I guess it is a little bit normal to anticipate some toxic comments, right? Because, the unexpected is happening out there on the battlefield. We see some of those teams who really could not perform yesterday showing up on that battlefield. And there will be a few haters that rise up together with that sort of performance as well. But yeah, keep it friendly in the comment section. Quick short break. We'll be right back for the final battle.
Welcome back to the Garena Survivors semi-finals day 2, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. We are casters and your host. I am Neptune the General Garcia. Together with me is the amazing Mustachio AJ, and we have brought you 5 rounds of epic battle already. We are now on our way to our sixth round, and we're here to see how well the teams have evolved so far. So far, AJ, a lot of changes has made already on the leaderboards, and as well as it popping off in these games.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And we saw the rise of Amateur's esports yet again. But the dominance that the Four Kings were showing us from yesterday at Blackout just doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Did they intentionally pull back because they didn't want to show us exactly what they're capable of out there on the battlefield? Or have the other teams caught up with them in terms of their gameplay as well as the ability to match up with them in terms of aggression out there on the battlefield? Because the team that managed to make a breakout run yesterday, I wouldn't say they're struggling in here today, but they're nowhere as close to dangerous as they were in day number 1. The team that has been surprising everyone from the start of the day has to be the ones representing MYSG. ABC Mystic, the Alibaba Clan Mystic, managed to get the final circle, I believe 3 out of the 5 rounds that they've jumped into so far, which is quite crazy because yesterday, a total of just 10 points they managed to grab for themselves.
Yeah, a quick adjustment from their team, and they are already popping off. And that's what we love to see. The evolution of the gameplay that we have to see and from this team, especially from those coming out from the bottom of this spot. But later on, we're going to see, in a few, we're going to see the leaderboards right now to give us a clear view of how it has been going so far for the past 5 rounds. And we'll have to see who has moved up on in here. And still, the Four Kings right now is on the top. And as mentioned already, we just finished a blackout map wherein they have been dubbed the Blackout Kings, but so far not so much in the King area, probably just a prince, I would say.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the Four Kings, they try to dominate and they do exactly that in terms of dominating that number 1 spot. But just in the same way, they did not allow Vici to run away from them. Vici as well maintains the exact same pressure onto the Four Kings as they intended to from the start. And the consistency out of the 13 Academy gives them the 3rd place as usual with 0 wins. Yes, you are correct. 0 wins from the side of 13 Academy so far in the competition, but they still hold on to a dominant 3rd spot. Amateur's esports very slowly catching up with the rest of the top dogs within the semifinals in here for Group A as they secure the breakthrough the 100-point mark this time around from the double victory that they've been able to find in here today. One earlier in the day and of course one just in the match that has just concluded. Amazing recovery from Amateur's esports. And you know, this was a point that we made yesterday. Could it be that the absence of the Rosa has affected Amateur's esports and, you know, not allowed them to go the full distance yesterday? It seems to be that theory has been proven to be right, because with the appearance of Nerosa right back into Amateur's esports, right back to the top, they jump and now are one of the deadly teams within the competition. Veni in the 5th spot, followed by Existence Valhalla in the 6th place with the 76 points that they hold on to, followed by Vedi as well as Syntax Era Gurkha. Syntax Era Gurkhas has managed to climb 1 position alongside ABC Mystic as well. So amazing plays coming through from both of these teams, Nephew.
Yeah, definitely. And we have in there ABC Mystic still in there on a very, very close, 5 points to cross that line above Syntax Error Gurkhas. But with changes that they've made so far, it's a good thing that they're not stuck in there at the bottom already, because compared to Most Wanted, Vindico, and Mad Gunners, who are in need for a lot of kills as well as a lot of placement points to be able to move up, ABC Mystic has only a good game, a good round, and hopefully this round, and round number 6, is what they need to be able to cross that line. But following them is Armament Radzina. They were able to get that 1 win and a little bit too close as well from that number 9 spot or number 8 if they want to cross over. CB1 Main tying it up with BB Esports. CB1 Main also moved up a huge leap from the start, because they were the bottom of the qualifiers when they started off on this game, and they are proving that they still have what it takes to go against teams such as PvE Sports main as well as NRX 69, who hasn't stopped their platform gameplay, and hopefully they'll be able to stop if they want to get away from each other from this position.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we are jumping into the final match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for Group A. The flight path this time round will be cutting through from Heat all the way down towards Spear as well as Nuketown, and this final battle will be at Isolated. And as you can see, immediately it will be the players of Four Kings who hop on out to Heat, because that drop zone is very close to them, as well as it has got what they are looking for in these battles, that one and only helicopter.
Yeah, I mean the split will not be happening anymore. But the thing is, they will be losing the information gameplay that Alat has been providing with that long travel. But I think they knew already that the failure that they made with getting the chopper is just to jump out early. But this time, there's this early engagement from a Metaverse against NRX69, and we have NRX69 losing a few of their members already. But this Metaverse will need to back off right now, because we know that the early engagement is not really, it will not last that long because of the limited ammo that you can only get for the first instance of the drop.
Yeah, let's see where will Amethyst Esports now go in for the rotation, because they are breaking away with just Watts now kind of holding back, because he sees those dog tags and he wants to keep a close eye on them. Hopefully nobody comes by to punish Watt for his plays, because it will be the team members of Venny that they managed to go in for the takedown earlier on. So that's quite unfortunate for the VVP squad. Venny all of a sudden seems to be struggling just a little bit, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, probably it's because of the movement that has been done by the other teams. They have been staying in here, going against syntax error, though they might be able to go against syntax error. But seeing the performance of SE right now with the kills that they are gathering, it is making it difficult for the team of Benny. But still securing the harbor gameplay right now, and being in the comfort zone, I would say. If they get out of comfort zone, it might not be that good, because so far it's only one team that's going against them, and it's 50-50. I would say for this team, it's either Venny who will be taking it, or VV will be taking it, or syntax error. But syntax error, we know for sure they will not back out easily, because we've seen how well they went in on this gameplay. One of the plays yesterday was to push out this team from here, especially on that position, the information gameplay being played by that crane. So this time it is VVV right now who got the high ground, and SE will be stuck in the corner for a few moments until they gather up all the loots that they need.
Yeah, Richie, as they continue moving on forth, they will not come across any other teams just yet. And that's going to be good, because the one last thing that they need is an early engagement and potentially losing out on their firepower. And this is exactly what Venny wants, which is to move on through the game as long as possible, get to that final circle, and of course continue putting the hurt onto the other players and securing that #1 spot before we are done with the day. And it is potentially going to be the case here, because once again, Venny was the most dominant team on Isolated when we jumped into play yesterday.
Yeah, and looking at the data from the end of yesterday, they have the highest kill in Isolated, and that started off from round number 1. But as we go in to round number 3 and 5, it just dwindled in there. Probably it's a switch of the FPP mode, or I really couldn't tell that well. I need to look deeper in how the rotations are to better analyze what happened to their position. But I think it's more of the warm-up gameplay or the mindset that has been set into play by some of the teams for the first round. Thus, a team who has already prepared and went in planned for aggressiveness will be able to dominate, and afterwards the rest is history.
My apologies, I got the names mixed up. It was Vici that was most dominant on Isolated, not Venny. I stand corrected, but I mean, it's bound to be a mistake that we make. So many of those teams from VVV in here. It's going to be Brian's now as he repositions, trying to disengage with the players of PvE Sports main. who very quickly take over the situation, but Doisu positions himself so he has a bird's eye view. Send all of the information right back, and it will be the one and only Mama that gets chased down by Doob, and it will be the PDW that deals that final damage there. But the players on the side of Mama, they cannot return fire just yet because of the positioning that they hold on to. So perhaps just a retrieval of that dog tag, that's what they will be trying for later on. The chopper still in the hands of the Four Kings, and they have realized that alongside the chopper play for Isolated just seems to be the better strategy for survival in a map that they couldn't really cut much from yesterday.
Yeah, and they're in a perspective as well wherein they are doing well. So a little bit of, say, less aggressiveness for this team on Isolated, and also a tactical approach from what we've seen so far previously on their Blackout map can be their turnaround for the Isolated map. But it's because of the dynamics of what has been thrown into the mix right now of the Garena Survivors that makes it difficult for, I would say difficult, because they have been adjusting so many times into the gameplay as well as the rotations, and it's a good thing for them as well. They stuck together and they got the chopper, thus they will be able to roam around, and probably I'm hoping this will be one of their best Isolated games.
And let's see if or not that will be the case, right? As Four Kings now just quickly move on forth because they are aiming to take their guns from the gunsmith Sato right in front, representing Team Vici, but there's no other team members on his side, and the first thing Tokyo does is to light that car up. Segre Dre a little bit too far away, nobody's there for that backup, and very quickly the players they go ahead to reposition, and therefore Team Vici, they will not get caught out by the Four Kings. But 13 Academy drop by as well. The three kings, not the Four Kings, the three kings of the competition now do battle with each other.
Here comes 13 Academy, and we know how well they usually get position right now. But I think with the gunshots that they heard so far, as well as the pressure being given by 4K, they have no choice but to rush. But they have a low ground advantage, and there goes the hit against the 13 Academy. They need to back out in there because they don't have that much cover, as well as the higher ground being taken by the Four Kings right now, and they will need a lot more to be able to outplay the Four Kings in this game. And there goes Alaski, if I'm not mistaken. He's the one in there going in for the chopper, and the jump is on Alaski right now, surviving with only a few in there on the chopper, and will be able to back off, thus keeping the distance between 13 Academy and this team of 4K.
I have no idea exactly why did Alatsky bring the chopper out for the play, because now they do not have the chopper that they worked so hard to acquire at the start of the matchup. And of course, around them, they will come across two teams. It is 13 Academy as well as Team Vici from VVV Esports. Neither one they want to face off at this point, as this is their weakest map. So Four Kings have to really think about their approach of this battle. But looking at the left-hand side, you guys can see the leaderboards of the day. 62 points overall picked up by Amethyst Esports. The team that did not step up yesterday is putting in all of the work today.
Yes, indeed. They have a lot of lead right now against those who are in there, who are already making their way on the leaderboard. But one thing's for sure that I like to see more is ABC Mystic, because this time they are having 52 points just for today from the previous 5 rounds, and they are up third in there. Thus, they will be able to get up or catch up on the top 8 spot if they'll be able to maintain this momentum that they have. And given the fact that they're also right close to 13 Academy, who has been consistent right there, the switch up of tactics from ABC Mystic has been proven, and hopefully it will not be in disarray when it comes to tomorrow's match.
You know, if only ABC Mystic have performed like this yesterday, we wouldn't be seeing them sitting down, you know, in the lower half of the leaderboard, right? Because the amount of effort that they've thrown out there on the battlefield today, just from the past 5 matches, not including the 6, has been enough to make them rise back up from the dead. And if they had
Yeah.
provided the exact same type of pressure to all of these other teams yesterday, we would see them exceeding that 100-point mark, which means they would be in the top 5 right now, which is very impressive for the ABC Mystic clan, ABC Mystic team. But of course, it's the consistency that we look out for. Right now, for the side of 4Kings, they find a couple of players of Team VG. VVV, not going to be happy about that at all. Dre trying to maintain his position and keeps quiet as long as possible, but Pride very quickly spots him out. And this is where all of the experience battling it out on that battlefield comes through. You know all of those hiding spots.
Yeah, definitely. When you spot one of the members, you would know the rotation that they will go into. And as we look at Fright, this is the next spot that the one might be going into, but there's just no one to be spotted. But knowing the rotations as well as exit strategy of the teams is one good thing. And going back to your point on ABC Mystic, that is also one probability as to why they're only popping up right now, because from yesterday, they don't know that much on how these teams are rotating as well as the position that they're getting. Thus, they really couldn't adjust that quickly. They will need quicker analysis into the game, someone who will tell them that they need to stay away from certain areas. From what we've seen so far, that is what they're doing right now, as well as the rotations that they've done. This is the uprising of ABC Mystic right here, and it needs to be quicker instead of just being done by the following day.
I truly agree, man. Chalup has been a standout player for the side of ABC Mystic for sure, but 0 kills in this round. They will be looking to deliver in a little bit. The next circle will be determined in a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as the blue zone catches up with the next safe zone. And Kyun manages a great knock onto Doisu, and Chalup still continues to struggle with the trajectory of the bullets as it dips a little bit too much before it reaches its target. What in the world happened to the next circle, man? The next safe zone is going to be all the way towards Frigid Wetlands and Sanitarium, making a majority of those teams now go in for a very risky travel in. So do anticipate a lot of battles to come through within the next 1 minute 30 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. And as well as those who have already grabbed the snowboard will have a quick getaway as well as quick entrance into the battle. But going into the battle, Mashu in there, taking on SF from PvE Sports. Most wanted right now, a little struggle from their side. Hopefully this is the time where they will be able to find Lady Luck as well as all those kills as PvE Sports is being gunned down one at a time. And Mashu is the man who is doing it.
Yes, sir. You gotta love that Arctic 50. I absolutely love the sound of gunshots out of this sniper. Mashu bringing it in for the play. Very accurate with the takedown. But 48 players alive and kicking on the battlefield. And Most Wanted Bendico aren't really in the best of positions to take the aggressive plays. They are sitting down in the 15th spot at the moment. But if anybody can put them up on the leaderboards a little bit further, it is the one and only Mashu. Stellar gameplay so far, but Mashu will get caught out. It's going to be 13 Academy. Instinct with those shots, but M21 EBR will not be able to get that knock. And 13 Academy, they still do have the height advantage here. They've got the higher ground, and they will play that to the best of their ability to make sure none of the other teams catch them. But the backstab by Most Wanted Bendico, Story out of nowhere.
And Story will be gunned down, but still a good opportunity for the team of Most Wanted to go in for the push against 13 Academy. There goes Glad taking down Ives, Ives, and Gyro as well. And we'll have to see. I think the Most Wanted has been taken down already. We are down to 12 teams into this game. And 13 Academy, they didn't go that much on an aggressiveness. Thus, they maintain their position here on the high ground, as well as, this is what I'm talking about, as well as the tactics, the approach, and the discipline for them to really wait until they are ready and prepared, all set up to go in for those kills.
Let's see how they continue to prepare in here as they set up a good path for themselves with the probability of encountering the players of PvE Sports still alive out there. And of course, as we hop on over to Existence Armament, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sorry, Existence Valhalla, it will be a soft position that they hold on to at the edge of the hill here, heading on straight towards Team Vidi from VVV. Existence are going to be in a lot of trouble because right behind them, here comes Mad Gunners Esports. The one saving grace, Mad Gunners can't really finish the job off usually, so it's not going to be a huge fight that Existence are not going to be able to manage. But being pinched between two teams at the same time might be a little too much to handle.
And here comes Yenara right now, going in for the spray, but will not be able to go in for the knock. The smoke has been released, and here comes Sabi, but the rewind in there just in time before he gets pinched. And the getaway from one member of VV right now is to play. But as we can see, not far behind, with gunshots being done by both these teams, a team of AMB might be rushing in. Now it is an exchange of position right now. Existence is in the lower ground, and VVV is in on the higher ground, having the advantage to be able to pull them out from afar. But hopefully Existence will not go that distance and get a lot of cover, otherwise they might be taken down in here. And there you have it. We have Existence moving out of the way, but one has been caught from that trap, but will be able to survive as they wait KKPG from the revive flight.
And of course, as 39 players still alive and kicking in here comes the players of Team Vidi catching out Existence. Siora shuts down, and now it's gonna be Existence for the opportunity of a comeback in here to catch Siora out. The information is on their side, but Siora repositions, moves towards the rest of his team members, and Existence do not get to get that revenge just yet, but very close to them. Existence will need to move on and fight Team VVV here because this little party is getting a little crowded. The other teams are on the way, making a straight beeline for the Existence squad.
Yes, indeed, and we have VVV right now in one corner of four corners that has been taken by the teams. We have a 13 Academy in here on this compound, and they will be gunning down VVV. Oh, there goes Glad being taken out by Siora, and White right now is also pushing the rest of the teams from the other side. How will 13 Academy respond to this push? There goes Mad Gunners as well, trying to pinch down the VVV Esports Vidi team.
And the four kings, they think they are the kings, but they will have to prove it out there on the battlefield. This is still the semi-finals. It is not the grand finals just yet. And if the four kings can get it done here, it will put them in a great position later on for the grand finals, because this will immediately not turn out to be a semi-finals for them, but they are training ground. But 13 Academy is treating this as the exact same thing as well, a training ground for themselves to climb up to the top with their consistent plays. Team Veni looking for the exact same thing. Everybody wants it, but who can achieve it? Everybody wants to be the kings of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. But can they best the king of kings, Vagabonds Esports, who haven't even played just yet? We will still need to wait and see who sets themselves apart in this lobby. Very slowly now, Paul approaching the players of ABC Mystic. A couple of shots now will tease them, but he repositions. Mac-10 in hand, backstab coming through, and the players respond, but Jesuo's there for the backup, and he continues the onslaught, getting the knock.
And once again, they will be stuck in the smoke, and this might be a repeat of what happened for ABC Mystic right there. Going in, hiding into the smoke before being taken down. Now, on the other side, we have 13 Academy, who is also taking another part of this hill, but don't know really as to where to turn, because there's a lot of battle happening, and Rosa, barely making that kill with that sniper. And this is quite a new that we see Nerosa right now going for the long distance. We've seen him so far battling it on a close battle encounter. I think the FPP mode has changed the gameplay for the metaverse right now. They are moving a little bit too slow, as well as a little bit passively, and also grinding it from the edge into the rest of the team, AJ.
Rosa, he needed to take that player down earlier on. But of course, a lot of points have been pulled away by the Amateur squad already. So not a lot of Oh, as I'm talking, man, Tom Peeps gets taken out by a headshot. Narosa still continues to strike. Joe will be the next one. Narosa alive and kicking, turns around just behind him to be able to spot out a couple of players now. Lin taken out through the smoke. Narosa is on fire right now, this beast.
Yeah, I think this is this is the sniper of Watts from what we've seen earlier, and then Rosa just took the hand out. Just want to drive this sniper to be able to use it from the enemies, and we'll see because Watts has been taken down already. It's already 3 members for this team, and the distance from as well as the position of the team is efficient enough to use the sniper. Now Ral right now is going for the push, and BBV will be in there, pushed back in this zone. Now the high ground is still being taken by AMB as well as BBV, but who will be able to dominate this hill? That is the question, AJ.
Amethyst Esports from across now. They are trying to get a little bit more of control of this map, of this final zone, but they have to take down 2 teams before they can get that done. It is going to be VVV against VVV against AMV. And Amethyst Esports really putting on the hurt now. A quick flank being executed here by the Amethyst players from that left-hand side as Joel tries to maintain composure from the advantage here that he has got with that high ground. They double back in terms of a defense, and VVV, both of those squads, they are still alive and kicking, waiting for Amethyst Esports to make this approach.
And here we go. We have White right now going for the rush, but Raul in there will be taken down. And there you have it. We have Mr. Gazer together with the rest of the teams taking this win. And this is VVV Esports Vidi taking round number 6.
And Vidi managing to grab that will obviously push them further up the leaderboards, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Just when you thought it was only going to be Vidi with the hot for that number 1 spot, Vedi steps it up at the very, very final match of the day. And this is important because Veni as well as Vedi, they have been, sorry, Vici as well as Vedi has been very, very slowly. Oh, man. It's been very slowly slipping down the leaderboard through, not much of an opportunity out there. As other teams now try to vie for that top spot, you obviously need to have some losers in there as well. And that's exactly what happened in here for the team of Vici as well as Vidi. But it's good to see them try to make that comeback finally. And of course, Team Vidi grabbing that victory. And not was it only a victory, but it was a stellar one with a supreme effort coming through from all of those players. 12 kills in total, and they also bagged 10 from the placement points. Amethyst Esports, on the other hand, still eyeing for that number 1 spot. As they, and when I say number 1 spot, I mean in the overall leaderboards, they managed to grab that second placement for themselves alongside 11 kills, which is quite impressive. And look at this, man, VVV really lighting up that final zone as you saw earlier on, because it is Team Veni with the consistent effort out there. 9 kills, 9 kill points alongside those placement points they bag for themselves in the 3rd spot, Neptune.
I'm really happy that the Veni as well as Vidi is moving up because as we've seen from the overall rankings, they are slowly being pushed down by other teams and they don't want to lose that top 8 spot. Thus, the 2 teams in there in the bottom of the 3 VVVs are making their way. I think it's the tactics that they need to adjust to make themselves available to the final stretch going against AMB. And that hill was really hot because no one is really taking the high ground and most of them are just moving up and down. But going in here onto number 4, it is CB1 right now, and they're trying to catch up as well on to the scores. And the 3rd Academy a little bit low compared to the consistency that they have, but 4K following them in there, and providing that this is isolated, this is still a good game for them, that it is an FPP.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And 13 kills finishing off in the 5th spot. 13 Academy maintains their consistency in the competition. I don't think anybody else has been able to play the game of adjustment like 13 Academy has been able to so far. But the missing piece here, the missing puzzle piece for 13 Academy is the fact they haven't been able to finish up in that number 1 spot. They haven't grabbed a single victory, a single round victory, and that has to be a little disappointing. Let's take a quick look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, of this final matchup shortly. But as production manages to get that ready for us, we'll continue on with the scores in here. You were talking about the Four Kings grabbing the sixth spot, and they do so with 9 kills in hand, which is still going to keep them in the high contention for that number 1 spot for sure.
Yeah, definitely, because we have Avicii and they're being placed on 8 and also with 1 kill. So we'll have to see how well, or that is Vichy right there. So it's not much of a movement between these two teams, but how 13 Academy will be able to close the gap between them is one thing that we like to see. Will it be 13 Academy who's moving up, overtaking Vichy at this point and getting close against 4 Kings? That is a question. But before we go there, let's review the highlight that is being shown. And this is where Mashu with an Arctic 50 that you love so much, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And it was most definitely a rare occurrence to see the Arctic 50 still being used out there, but he did manage to show us quite a good use of it, managing to get that 1 takedown, but not a lot was provided as that pandemonium was quickly breaking out in that situation. And the players of VVV, no matter how much they tried, Amateurs Esports, man, through Nerosa, managed to bag so many of those kills in this position.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's already proven from the matches that we've seen that the return of Nerosa from a metaverse is one of the key factor that really brought this team to be able to catch up. The question is how will it be continuously that Nerosa will be playing along a metaverse, or will there be any chance that he will be playing out of this game, provided that this is day number 2, AJ, and we just ended round number 6. They only have 1 round left, or 1 day left, to be able to go and prove themselves on the top spot. But if tomorrow Nerosa will not be playing once again, how far will a metaverse go down if in case they will be brought down?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Amateurs Esports, they do not look like they're going down anytime soon, man, because with the breakout run that they've had in here on day number 2, I believe they've managed to secure the most number of points as compared to any other teams out there, which is quite impressive, mainly because yesterday they were quite out of their gameplay. They couldn't really manage a lot of those situations, engagements and all. They just kept bombing out. But like we did discuss yesterday as well, one key point was the appearance of Nerosa that was missing from the lineup. They had to depend on their substitute player, and I guess the composition of the team just wasn't as solid as it was today, Nephew.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we know how well Nerosa is in play as well on this game, but with the missing parts of the team from yesterday being brought in by tomorrow, how will that change the gameplay of a Metaverse Esports? That's one question that I have, big question mark that I have in mind, because it's very likely that they will be switching it up if they will gamble that last day of the semifinals. But this time, guys, we bring you VV Esports Vidi taking the number 1 spot in this game. And there you go, round number 6 of day number 2 for the semifinals. And there has been a lot of surprises and as well as a lot of changes in here. And I can't wait, AJ, to see more, to look in the data as well, see more as to what will be happening by tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And this is one more reason why the supporters or the fans in the comment section should just leave it to the pro players and not get too excited, right? Because all of the hype that was built up for the 4 Kings now just makes their efforts out there look a little bit lesser than what it's supposed to be in terms of brilliance, because of the over supportive fans in the comment section. And they have struggled in here today, and that just opens up the floodgates to whoever that the 4K fans were, I guess not too friendly with earlier on, to attack them right back. And that just sets up such a unhealthy ecosystem, such an unhealthy community for us, ladies, German boys, girls. Once again, keep it healthy in the comment section. Be nice to each other. Let the players prove it out there on the battlefield. If they truly deserve it, they most definitely will get that number 1 spot. Just like what Amateurs Esports has managed to do in here for them today. They did not go out there and argue with words in the comment section when they did not perform in day number 1. They got down into the battlefield and they made sure they performed. And that's exactly why they got so much of those points. And that's exactly why they get so much of attention placed on them as well, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is not to uplift myself, but this is one thing that I want to that I usually do when I'm a fan of someone. And when I say someone, guys, I'm talking about AJ. No, I mean representing your fandom in a good manner.
Yes.
Representing your fandom in a good manner, whereas you are a reflection of who you are supporting, and that is what we want to see from the community. I know we're one big community, but there are aggressiveness in there, and that doesn't mean that aggressiveness of the gameplay as well as the fight that has been happening on the battlefield needs to go into words. It needs to more into support for the other teams as well as like for the whole community. And also for those of you who are in here who are shouting out or also typing in there the teams that you are supporting, it will come back to you as the representation of the fan base itself, because we all know most of these teams right now who are in here are streamers who have been sharing their insights of the game as well as their life. So that is a reflection of who they are in this series, in this scene, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, ladies, German boys and girls, as the teams continue to go out there and struggle to look for the number 1 spot, let's take a look and see how the leaderboards are faring this time round, as the overall performance from the 4 Kings proves to be more than enough to secure that number 1 spot. But as you can see, they struggle most definitely in getting placement points for themselves. But when it comes to the kills, when it comes to the engagements out there on the battlefield, the 4 Kings are most definitely the kings of engagement. Vici, amazing, valiant effort out there on the battlefield as they maintain that 2nd spot for themselves. But they have allowed the 4 Kings to run away just a little bit now with those points. And between these two supreme teams, even 5 points, even 6 points truly do matter, because it really builds up match after match. And the 13 Academy, through all of their consistent plays, but with the absence of a single victory being shown on the battlefield, still has to stick with that 3rd spot for themselves. I'm pretty sure the moment they start finding that number 1 spot a few times out there on the battlefield, we will see a little bit more pressure played on VVV Esports VG as well as 4 Kings. But hats off to Amateurverse Esports, I have to say, Neptune, because this team came out of nowhere, man. I mean, I believe they were sitting down in the 9th or 8th spot earlier on in the day, and they just continued to climb up to a better position. They were in the 7th place, as I recall now. They have managed to climb up 3 spots, which is quite a bit now, and they are aiming, they are gunning for the 3rd placement as well. So 13 Academy, regardless of how consistent they've been in the competition, they need to start being careful.
And it's not a long shot for the side of a Metaverse right there to be able to catch up. As we can see on the points, it might look that much, but it's really like a few rounds of good gameplay from a Metaverse. And we've seen a lot already from this around from this day from the team, and they have been leading the pack for day 2. Now, following in there is VD as well as Benny catching up. So they are back together in there next to each other. Existence Valhalla, unfortunate for them, has been pushed off down in the 7th spot, but Syntax Error Gorkas remains at number 8. ABC Mystic, and they're not too far behind. Actually, not very far, because only 2 points against Syntax Error Gorkas to be able to catch up onto that number 8 spot. And a good play for them, more study as well as adjustment for this team. And I think we'll see more of them in from the MYSGC. Now, Armament Rosina right now with that win as well for their team has catapulted themselves into 10th spot, but they're still missing out on the placement area, and they need to catch up on there to be able to really show up and probably catch up onto the points. But CB1 main, PvE Sport main, NRX and Nehemiah 6-9 right now, they need to quit all of those battle on the platforms and focus more on the next drop points to be able to pull away from their placement of 12 and 13.
Oh yeah.
NDD Action. was able to move up on leaderboard right
Mm.
now, pushing Most Wanted, Vindico, as well as Mad Gunners there at the bottom.
And once again, with the performance out there, all flashy from the side of Amethyst Esports, they managed to climb 3 spots. But let's talk a little bit about how the players of ABC Mystic have managed to climb up from the 16th position all the way up to the 8th spot now. Oh, sorry, the 9th spot, which is a little bit more impressive compared to Amethyst Esports, who only managed to skip over 3 of those positions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 positions skipped by ABC Mystic. Those guys were on a monstrous roll today, Neptune.
Yes, because they did their homework. They understand what they need to do and adjust. But there will be a lot more to be seen right now. As you can see, we still have a day number 3 that we are going to see tomorrow. So what I'm hoping, AJ, is more of the adjustment for the side of ABC Mystic, and they will be able to overtake and also cross that line of the top 8 spot to be able to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, if they are able to do that, then I am pretty sure the whole of MYSG will be stoked. But of course, for all of you guys who have been very, very patient in the comment section, thank you so much for the likes. Thank you so much for the shares. Make sure you hit the subscribe as well if you're watching on YouTube, and share the stream out if you haven't done so already. And as a thank you, the rare wish crate is for all of you. Make sure you take a screenshot and redeem it before the before what time? Before 10 p.m., I believe. So you guys should be able to get that. But it doesn't mean that as long as you redeem it by 10 p.m., you'll be able to get it, because these items are limited. So the first ones there will be the ones who get it in the account.
Yeah, definitely. And that is from us to you, actually from Garena to you. But a lot has been happening, and I love how where all these teams have turned things around. All the expectations that we have has been broken from day 1, and a lot more excitement will be built for day number 3. And I'm real excited to really dig into the numbers right now and give you all those asks that you have, AJ, as well as from those from the viewers, for us to be able to provide more into the community in terms of the data and as well as analysis of the game, which is so dynamic, such as Battle Royale.
You do what you do best, brother. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will continue the story of the Garena Survivors tomorrow on day 3 of the semifinals for Group A. The first 16 teams who have jumped into battle have shown us what they're capable of doing out there. But tomorrow will be the decider as who stays on and moves on to the grand finals, and who will be exiting the competition. On that note, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only master data analyst, Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. We're signing off. Catch you tomorrow.